Hello and welcome to Defense Diaries. I'm your host, Bob Mata, and this is our continuing coverage of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts versus Brian Walshe. And I am joined once again by my gorgeous, beautiful, brilliant co-host and traffic lawyer, Ana Walshe. What's up, girl?
Only for you, babe. Only for you. Hey, are we leaving Fear and Loathing back there on purpose? You want me to put something else?
Huh?
Huh?
Huh? Yeah, we'll put something else up.
All right. Well, now you have to explain to the people.
What?
Well,
No, that's the goal. That's the goal. Goal is I'll tell the Bob's Day in traffic court story if we meet our goal. So that's that. They can hear about your exquisite lawyering.
Wow.
How you just wiped the court with that civil servant over there, DuPage County.
None of this happened.
You're ruining the story, man.
Wow.
All right. So been kind of waiting on this. I know Melanie did. She covered these hearings. I thought she was doing it live. I'm not 100 on that, but Allie and I have obviously had a lot of shit going on. I had a lot of softball like in the last 10 days. Allie will attest. It's been a lot. It was playoffs for rec and then the all-star team playoffs, which is how you can make it to state for the Little League softball World Series stuff.
And the championship.
Yeah, that ended last night. So we're back to the salt mines. Back to work for us. So how familiar are you with this case, babe?
I mean, a little bit.
A little bit?
I mean, I remember there was like some searches that really sunk this guy and he, you know.
Yeah, we'll get into that a bit.
Defendant's wife was red rummed and
Yes.
the search history on the electronic devices were.
Yeah, Ana Walshe, mother of three, either the 31st or the 1st of January of 2023. So either very end of 2022, New Year's Eve night, and or during the day is when it's surmised that she was killed, and it is a no body case at this point. They still have not found her remains. And you know, they started liking this guy pretty quickly. And you know, when kind of the news broke with respect to some of his Google searches, which we're going to go through, but I just want you guys to understand how we're going to get this done today. Essentially, what we're going to do, instead of reading through the lengthy motions in their entirety, what we're going to do is we're going to read through the factual basis for both the state, or the Commonwealth rather, and the defense's motions. And then we're going to jump over to the hearing. And I'm going to try to do that. Like 1.5 was a little fast.
1.5 is a little much.
Yeah, 1.25 is good. Now, whether or not we'll make it through the entire hearing, because it's about 4.5 hours long, is yet to be determined. I don't anticipate that we're going to do like a 5-hour live on this today. If we don't finish it today, we will finish it tomorrow. You all right, baby? What's going on?
I'm feeling flush.
You are?
I swear it must be the lights, actually. I don't know what it is. Like, I walk in the basement, I'm like, all right, it is kind of cool down here. Why will I start feeling flushed as soon as I sit down?
Did you turn the humidifier on?
What
Or
humidifier?
actually the dehumidifier?
Like in the like in the area where all the things are?
No, in the other room.
In your dad's room?
No,
That has
love.
no impact on me.
I had it right. It's right by the, like, almost in front of the TV area. I
Oh,
had it running to pull the moisture out of the air down there. You know what I'm saying?
really humid down
So, all right. So that's how we're going to do it. So there's been 2 motions to suppress that have been filed by the defense in this case. If you're not aware, we've got a lot of the same cast of characters that were involved in Karen Reed's case. You know, we've got Fanning, Lieutenant Fanning, Buhkenik, aka Bukkake, and who's the third one? I forget who the third one is. He's on the thumbnail. It's like the same clowns, man. Same dudes. Proctor, right? Did I say Proctor? Proctor, Fanning, Buhkenik. And I thought Guarino might be involved in this one too. Don't quote me on that. I'm sure you guys in chat will know. Just tell me if Guarino's in here too. So here's the problem with this case. I think, obviously we always have to wait until trial. Obviously there is always a presumption of innocence, always. No matter how much it looks like somebody might have done something, they are presumed innocent until they're proven guilty in a court of law by competent evidence. So that stands here as well. However, we are allowed to look at facts that have been unchallenged as of yet, things like Google searches and other evidence that was put out in the probable cause affidavit, and say, you know what? Looks like they have some pretty good evidence. And this is one of those cases. This isn't one of those cases where I read the PCA and was like, shit's thin as hell. This is one I'm like, oof. They got some pretty good evidence on this guy. Like, those Google searches are hard to explain, especially with the timing of them. And let me ask you, do you guys, so our air is still not fixed. We are still living in hell. And I've got a cyclone fan in front of our portable air conditioner that we have in our room. Can you guys hear it? Is it masking my voice, or is it annoying? Can you guys hear it at all? I prefer to keep it on, but I'm willing to turn it off. You guys have to let me know, because it's all about y'all. All right, good. Thank you. I see a few comments. Somebody's going to be like, yeah, I can hear it. I'll get a lot of no's, and then there's going to always that one person who's like, yeah, I can hear it, and it's bugging the shit out of me.
all right. Headphones off. Humidifier on.
Woo!
Hair up.
Wow.
Perimenopause moments.
Wow. Look at her go. Look at her go. All right. Okay, good. I'm going to do that. I'm going to keep it on. If you guys are satisfied with it, then I am as well.
Put what on?
So,
What's even what on?
I have the cyclone fan on, like right next to me.
I can hear it, but
You can or you cannot.
Now that
I don't hear. You're unaccustomed to not wearing headphones. All right, good. Thank you all.
Does it?
All right, so the statement of facts, we'll start. I'm going to start with the defenses. Okay, so this is obviously the defense filed these motions to suppress. One is based on the fact that Walshe initially gave some consent to searching his phone communications with Ana for a very limited, specific time frame, right? And what happens is, oopsies, we accidentally saw a bunch of Google searches while we were searching your kid's iPad, and they're pretty damning. And from those Google searches, we decided to run in and finally get a warrant Problem is with fruit of the poisonous tree, and I always like to try to give you the visual. Just imagine the roots of a tree are completely rotten, just rotten, spoiled, festering. Thereby, all the fruit that's born out of that tree is also going to be rotten.
So one thing that can
What's
also
up, Michael?
people need to tell me if I'm echoing, because
you are not echoing for me, but I'm not, because I'm backstage with you, so I don't. So Dom's mom says you are echoing.
All right, let me try leaving.
Or you could put the headphones on.
No, it's too hot. Michael can tell people about inevitable discovery and the good faith doctrine.
Yeah, that's definitely a lie. I mean, there was a written agreement by his predecessor counsel, and I'm talking about Walsh's predecessor counsel, who's not handling the trial. Is Tipton is his lawyer now. This other lawyer who wrote up this agreement. She drafted an agreement, a consent search agreement that laid out the parameters of the search. So, you know, like how he's getting on the stand and lying is insane to me, but not really. I mean, and I'm going to ask you kids early on in the class today, okay, when we're going through this, who's the bad guy here if this gets suppressed and this fucking guy walks?
You?
Is it defense lawyers or is it the cops?
It's Bob.
That's your question. It's a simple, it's a 2-answer multiple choice, A or B.
All right, don't
A
insult,
is the defense lawyer. What? No.
Don't insult our audience. They know the answer.
We could have some noobs in here that don't know, babe. You never know. You never know. You never know. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. Good. I'm seeing the correct answers. I'm waiting for the one person who says the defense attorneys.
No one's
they're the bad guy. Dude, that has been the narrative of people's understanding of defense attorneys for fucking as long as I can remember. So, and you and I, more than anyone else in the YouTubes, has been working very, very hard to change people's opinions on that. Not by trying to convince them through words, but trying to explain what it is that defense attorneys really do and what our role is in the criminal justice system. So, all right, enough of that. I'm pretty satisfied with your answers.
So what Spooky's saying is that she heard that Buhkenik said that they'd consent to look at all the things, and that's a lie. They're, I think, claiming that when the defendant was being interviewed by police, they were like, "Here, just look at everything. Look." You know,
right. I mean, the problem is that there was a written agreement.
Right.
That's the problem for them. All right. So I'm going to pull up the first of two. And again, in case you were a little late, we're not going to go through in totality both of the motions to suppress and both of the Commonwealth's responses to those. Instead, we're going to go through the statement of relevant facts from both the defense as well as the Commonwealth.
Right,
and their
what
response.
they're both claiming they
and then we're going to jump right over to the hearing, and we'll stop if there's relevant portions of the motion or case law that we want to discuss. Then we'll do that. Trying to do it so it's not 3.5 hours of reading, which I know many of you enjoy. I enjoy doing it, but we'd never make it to the motion today or the actual hearing. So I think it makes more sense for us to do it this way.
And they're going to make all their legal arguments at the hearing, presumably.
Presumably. See, when I blow this thing up, do you know of any way I can get rid of the toolbar that kind of sits in the middle of the page when I blow it up?
You can pull it down or move it. It's annoying as hell.
It's annoying as F. Wait. Oh, I did it. Thanks, babe. You're the best. You are the best.
Better than all the rest.
Better than anyone. Oh, all right.
Yes, sometimes we just bust out in song.
That is true. That is true. Should I just read the bear? I mean, they have
Yeah, I would read the first
just the motion itself, and then as far as the memorandum goes. All right. You want to do the defense or the Commonwealth?
Well,
we're gonna split it.
Whichever one you have up right now, you should do, and then I'll put it up when I'm going.
All right. So this is the straight up motion to suppress the search warrants, and that is plural. Now comes the defendant being aggrieved by seizures and searches directed at him. Respectfully request this honorable court that any and all evidence obtained by means of search warrants, 23 search warrant 34-36, 38 through 46, 76, 119, and 188, which, as you can see, there were a lot of warrants that were issued here by law enforcement officers, specifically the members of MSP and the Cohasset Police Department. Did I say that right? I'm going to get it out right. Like, that's the way the MSP guy in the hearing said it, Cohasset, right? Cohasset. Because I don't feel like getting all the shit from the Massey people.
Hey, you're fucking it up.
You're fucking up, Bob.
You're fucking up, Bob. That's how you pronounce it. You're butchering it.
By the Cohasset Police Department, which evidence the Commonwealth intends to introduce in this case be suppressed as evidenced against him in this or any other proceeding. The defendant moves that all evidence resulting directly or indirectly from said searches and or seizures be suppressed as evidence against him in this or any other proceeding as a direct fruit of the poisonous tree. The defendant further says that the aforesaid evidence was obtained in violation of his right to be secure from unreasonable searches and seizures as guaranteed by the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution of the United States of America and Article 14 of the Declaration of Rights to the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and in violation of provisions of the general laws of the Commonwealth of Mass and MGL-C 276, Section 1. The defendant further states his property was seized and searched under the following circumstances. 1, without legal justification, therefore. 2, there was no probable cause that a crime had been committed. 3, there was no probable cause that any of the items listed in the warrants above contained evidence of any crime. 4, the seizures and searches were made with the defective and unlawful warrants. 5, the seizures and searches were made in violation of MGL C-76, Section 1 at SEC. And then 6, the seizures and searches were made in seizures and searches were made in violation of the Constitution of the United States of America and the Declaration of Rights to the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Attached, please find an affidavit in support of this motion, along with a memorandum in support of the defendant's motion to suppress said warrants. Further, the defendant respectfully requests leave to timely file additional motions to suppress after the evidentiary hearings to supplement its pleadings if necessary, based on Wong Sun versus U.S. And that's 371 U.S. 471, and to respond to any argument by the Commonwealth regarding inevitable discovery. See Commonwealth v. O'Connor. All right, so that's the baseline motion. And many states, they have, it's kind of what they call that like a notice motion. And then what they do is they supplement it with a memorandum of law, an argument. And so this is where we're going to kind of get into the statement of facts. It gives you some background on the case if you're not familiar with the Walshe case at all. And it kind of gives them the basis of why they're in court complaining of what they're complaining of. So this is the statement of relevant facts. Did you pull up the motions?
I'm doing it now.
Okay. So on January 4th, 2023, members of law enforcement were notified of a missing person report in Cohasset, Massachusetts. An employee of Tishman Speyer in Washington, D.C. reported that Ana Walshe, A.W., the defendant's wife, who split her time between Cohasset and D.C., had not been seen since December 30th. Cohasset?
Well, if it's A like ass, Cohasset.
Which one is it, y'all?
It's up. It says Cohas like ass. It
like Cohasset. Okay.
Cohasset.
You guys agree, Cohasset?
Everyone wrote like a similar thing with has,
Okay. All right, good.
but ass.
Okay, Cohasset and DC and has not been seen since December 30th of 2022, and that her car was at her DC residence. Members of law enforcement respond to the defendant's home in Cohasset that he shares with his wife and their 3 children. The defendant reported to the police that AW had left the residence between 6 a.m. and 7 a.m. on January 1 of 2023 to travel to Boston Logan Airport by way of Lyft or Uber. However, he did not indicate that he saw her get into any car. The defendant informed the police that he had not reported his wife missing because he had been out of communication with her for about 24 hours in the past, had misplaced his telephone, and didn't want to call her job per AW's request that he shouldn't worry or cause any issues at work. He had reached out to AW and their friends and family on January 3rd, 2023. So what do you guys think of that story? You like that story? Think you buy that? It's pretty sound story, right? That's kidding. It's terrible. It's terrible. Oh, yeah. If Allison went missing for 24 hours, I'd be losing my fucking mind.
Yeah, she does that. She's very independent.
She dips for a while. Try her a few days later. See where she's at. How you doing? Got the kids here. We're all missing you. Police officers obtained records from AW's phone indicating the phone was stationary in the area of Reservoir Road in Cohasset, an area that encompasses the family home from December 31st, 2022 until it goes off, and that's in quotes, at 3:14 a.m. on January 2nd of 2023. Investigation revealed no Lyft or Uber rides on January 1st of 2023 for AW, no domestic or international flights for AW outside of a scheduled JetBlue flight on January 3, 2023, which was never boarded, and no evidence of any activity at her job in DC. AW's financial records, AW is obviously Ana Walshe. AW's financial records did not show any activity on January 1, 2023, or any time after. Members of law enforcement interviewed a guest who was at the family home on December 31st, 2022, until approximately 1 a.m. on January 1 of 2023. The guest indicated everyone was, quote, enjoying themselves and in a good mood, end quote. Members of law enforcement, namely Lieutenant Fanning of MSP, obtained the defendant's cell phone and 2 iPads on January 6th. Now, there's a footnote there. It says, this seizure and resulting search is the subject of a separate motion to suppress. And it is indeed a separate motion. During multiple interviews between January 4th and January 7th of 2023, the defendant reported the following: that Ana informed the defendant late on New Year's Eve that she had to fly back to DC first thing in the morning, that Ana was wearing a thin black coat, rain boots, and a black floral dress, which she left when she left on January 1 of 2025, that Ana fixed the oldest son's iPad at around 6:30 a.m., that the nanny arrived around 2:30 p.m., and the defendant left to run errands. The defendant traveled to Shaw's supermarket for groceries, returned to unpack said groceries, and traveled to his mother's residence in Swampscott. Did I say that right? I mean, if you don't pronounce that Swampscott, all you Massachusetts people can go blow it out your ass, because
It's got to be Swampscott.
It's got to be Swampscott, right? I mean, come on.
I don't know.
Swampscott.
I got to say it.
All right. Now you're just
all right. Okay. Due to his children taking his cell phone on December 31st, 2022 until January 2nd, 2023, he got lost on the way to his mother's as he was unable to utilize the Volvo's GPS. Boy, what an incredibly unlucky guy.
And incompetent.
Kid just dips with his phone for a few days. He gets into the Volvo. Tries to plug in his mom's address, and for some reason he doesn't know how to get to his mom's house.
I mean, that's
and I mean, And he's not able to utilize the Volvo's GPS when he tries to plug it in there. I mean,
Well, I have to say, I can't type a thing into the GPS in your car. It's like,
okay, you and Brian Walshe, you two. There you go. It's on record now that Allie does not know how to plug an address into our car. It's good to know in case I go missing. You guys remember?
no, your car,
Let me
it's got the
timestamp
pad,
that.
and you're supposed to write on it with your finger, and it never works. Try to speak into it. Those Germans really fucked that up. They're
It's
like,
janky. It's a little janky. Okay, so after arriving at his mom's house at approximately 5:30, he traveled to Whole Foods and CVS, where he purchased frozen foods and alcohol wipes, respectively. The police were unable to corroborate this accounting with any video or receipts from said retailers. Lastly, troopers with MSP reviewed, quote, data extracted from the iPad mini, end quote, that was obtained by Lieutenant Fanning of the MSP. The review revealed a number of internet searches. There's a footnote. This data is the subject matter of a separate motion to suppress. So this is where it gets interesting.
I mean, maybe one of the kids did this search,
Yeah, sure. The 6-year-olds pounding out all this shit.
He was just like, I'm going to search some stuff.
You know what? I've got questions about all kinds of things that I learned about on TikTok that I shouldn't be on.
All right. So these are the things that they find on the iPad mini, which I think was the province of the 6-year-old son. Okay. So A, best state to divorce for a man. And that was searched on 1/27 of 2023 at 9:54:13 p.m. Now that date confuses me. I don't understand it. I guess he did that search because they did this on the 6th of January. So that first date confuses me a little
Maybe
bit.
it's a typo, and they were going to say the 2nd, and then they were going to say the 7th.
Yeah, that seems like it might supposed to be 12/27. I don't know. I always hate a typo early on in a motion.
But the rest of the searches get better. So
yeah, they get better. They get a little more damning as we go along. B, how long before a body starts to smell? And that was searched on New Year's Day. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, babe. How long before a body starts to smell? That searched at 4:55:38 a.m. C, how to stop a body from decomposing. Once again, searched on New Year's Day at 4:58 and 14 seconds a.m. D, how to embalm a body. Again, searched on New Year's Day, 2023, 5:20 and 42 seconds a.m. E, 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really needed to.
It's like I
feel horrible laughing.
No, I know it's not funny. It's
but
not. Funny.
These
are like searches that must already be. You're not typing in 10 ways to dispose of a. That must come up after you say how to embalm a body and how to
50 ways to leave your lover. You slip out the back, Jack. I need a new plan, Stan. No need to be cool. All right. Okay. F, how long for someone to be missing to inheritance?
Wow.
Wow. All right. So that again,
7 years, 12 years, 7 years. I don't know.
Yeah, like Illinois at 7 before they'll declare you deceased. And that again, January 1st of 2023, 6:25 a.m. in 17 seconds. G,
say, where do I find the Cohasset dump?
Again, January 1st, 2023, 6:33 and 24 seconds a.m. H, okay, the Hingham. Okay, I know I fucked that one up.
No, it's fine. Hingham dump. That looks right.
Oh, my wife says it's good. Who's never spent any real time in Massachusetts. She did visit her brother when he went to BU. So There's that.
I've been to Boston my fair share of
You've
times.
been your fair share is a gross exaggeration.
Right, a handful.
A handful is a gross
No,
exaggeration.
a handful is
Twice?
not.
Twice. Once?
No, you think we never went to Massachusetts?
Yeah, I think you never
before
went to
I met
Massachusetts.
you.
I never think you went to Boston,
All
other
right.
than when you went to go visit your brother
No,
with the kids. Yeah.
no,
I'm gonna die.
we did family trips.
I don't think so. You
You
tell.
grow up on the East Coast, you
I'm
visit
calling
Boston.
your mom right now, and I'm going
Go
to ask
for
her how many family trips y'all took to Boston.
I mean, we like clam chowder.
Chowder. All right. Can you throw away body parts on
God.
January 1st,
Oh,
2023 at 6:34:55, and that's coincidentally right after he searched for the two dumps. Jay, what does formaldehyde do?
mm.
Another New Year's Day,
How long does
Birch.
DNA last?
9:29. Hey,
Ugh.
you're jumping ahead. You're jumping ahead. 9:29:34. Okay, how long does DNA last? New Year's Day, 9:34:39. Can identification be made on partial human remains? That's 1/1.
Oh my God. These are
2023, 9:59 at 56 a.m. Dismemberment and the best ways to dispose of a body. New Year's Day, 11:34:54.
Oh, could you imagine if this gets tossed? Oh gosh.
Dude,
Oh god.
this and everything else. N, how to clean blood from wooden floor. 1/1/23, 11:44 and 55 seconds.
Oy.
Wait, somebody said Hingam. Hingam. That's how you pronounce it. Hingam.
That's what I said, isn't it?
No, I pronounced it Hingam.
That is it. Hingham.
He's saying Hingam.
Oh, stop. Hingham.
Hingam. Hingam.
Bob, move
Somebody
on.
said to do it with a lazy tongue. I was trying it with a lazy tongue. Hingam. Hingam.
Stop.
It's
It's enough. I'm gonna
All
have
right.
to come up there.
Okay. Luminol to detect blood. New Year's Day, 11:56:05. P, what happened when you put a body in ammonia? New Year's Day, 1:08:38 p.m. Q, is it better to throw away crime scene clothes or wash them?
Oh my Lord.
1:21:47 on New Year's Day. Based on the above factual representation, Trooper Proctor with the Mass State Police requested a warrant for the defendant and AW's home in Cohasset to investigate the crimes of kidnapping. MGL section, chapter 265, section 26, and misleading a police investigation. MGL chapter 268, section 13B. Trooper Proctor represented the inconsistent statements by the defendant, the internet searches, AW's continued absence without any activity from her accounts, and, quote, the investigation by the Cohasset PD and state police detectives, end quote. There is probable cause that the evidence of the aforementioned crimes is present at the family home, 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. And there's a footnote there. Any additional factual representations for other warrants will be noted. All right, so that's the factual basis for the first motion to suppress. As you can see, some pretty damning shit there, right? I mean, if Allie went missing and they found that shit on any of my devices or my kids' devices, I'd feel like I was going to be convicted. Especially because Allie wouldn't be here to defend me. So I'd be doubly fucked.
Yeah.
All right, you gonna pull that bad boy up?
I don't know. There's 20 pages of this. I feel like you should do it.
What?
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling tired.
What?
A little I actually was looked in my briefcase for 5-hour energy because I haven't had any coffee today. And
Oh my God.
I thought there was one in there from a really long time ago. And
This is like incessant whining.
All right, how about
I'll
you
read
start? I'll
it.
go make
You
myself a
start.
coffee.
You start, and then I'll pull it up while you're reading. And
Okay.
then we'll switch it out.
Oh, okay. That's very fair.
Is that cool?
That's
All
cool.
right, cool.
All right. So the Commonwealth says the Commonwealth asked this court to deny the motion to suppress information retrieved from the electronic
Wait.
device.
I think you're on the wrong one. You're on the
Wait, weren't
results
you doing?
of consent search. Yeah, no, this is so we just did the. You want the opposition to motion
Oh,
motion
I
to
was
suppress search.
wondering why none of what you were reading sounded familiar to me. I was like, I missed all of this when I read it. All right. Well, then, yeah, I do have up the wrong motion.
All right, so I mean, I guess I can just pull it up. All right, go make yourself some Joe Boo.
Okay. Love you.
All right, I
Thanks.
love you. All right. Okay. All right, let me pull this puppy up. Okay. All right. Blow her up for y'all. Okay, so this is the Commonwealth's oppo to motion to suppress search warrants. The Commonwealth asked this court to deny the defendant's motion to suppress evidence obtained with search warrants where the affidavit in support of each warrant set forth probable cause. Footnoted. Oh, wait, I got to get my view to scroll. Like, why is scrolling not the default on Acrobat? Super annoying. Like, that should be the default. If you want to do it page by page, then you should have to set that as the setting. Okay. Okay, so footnote 1 reads, the defendant does not challenge some of the search warrants issued in conjunction with this matter. 23 search warrant 31, 32, 33, Google warrant for email of Richard Walker, 9984, Gmail, received by the Cohasset Police on January 7th, 2023, stating, quote, we have the so-named Ana Walshe with us here. We had a deal worth $127,000. She messed up. We have her here with us. And if she doesn't pay the money, then she'll never be back. Know that the police and the FBI are involved. Good luck finding us. End quote. Convincing. It's convincing. Dick Walker sending an email. Good old Dick Walker. Search warrant 23, search warrant 37, which was the GPS for the Ford F-150. 23, search warrant 85, AT&T connected car based on VIN. 23, search warrant 136, AT&T connected car Volvo based on IMSI. That is the end of footnote 1. See, the problem for the state here is all this shit is fruit of the poisonous tree. I mean, they're not necessarily attacking those things because they don't necessarily need to in the event that they win this, because everything that's born out of that search of that we just went through, talking about those search terms that they put that on him, it's all gone. It's all gone. I mean, like, that's how devastating fruit of the poisonous tree can be. I mean, it's an extreme remedy, especially in a case like this. I mean, there is not a judge anywhere in the country that would want to grant this motion. Wait, what? What in the? Okay, so she didn't go make coffee. She came and laid on the bed. What?
It's too hot for coffee. Wait for ice.
I made ice yesterday.
Look, I'll just fill up our waters.
Wow. I'm really getting run over here.
Tell them I'm snuggling the dog.
Somebody pull this bus up off of me. All right. Okay. So
I was snuggling the dog.
on Sunday, January, so the procedural background for the search warrants on Sunday, and I'll read the footnote too. So the Commonwealth is providing the challenge search warrants with this opposition. The Commonwealth incorporates the language in the affidavits herein. And then 3, because the defendant and Ana Walshe share a surname, they are referred to by first name. Okay, so on Sunday, January 8th, 2023, police obtained a search warrant 23 SW34 for 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway, where the defendant and Ana Walshe lived with their 3 children. The warrant was executed at 8:52 a.m. by MSP troopers, Cohasset Police, and MSP Crime Scene Services. Because of the concerns that the defendant could flee, police obtained search warrants or warrants to attach GPS tracking devices to vehicles of the defendant's residence at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. Defendant's Volvo, the XC90, and the defendant's mother's Volkswagen Beetle, which was the subject of search warrant 23 SW36, and the nanny's Ford F-150, which was contained within 23 search warrant 37. So on January 9th, police obtained warrants to search digital devices seized from the defendant's residence: a MacBook A1534, MacBook A2159, iPad mini, which those were search warrants 39, 40, 41, iPhone mini red 42, MacBook A2179, that's 43, iPhone black 44, iPad A2, which is 45, and iPad 6, which is 46. Some 11 days later, on January 20th of 2023, police obtained a warrant to search for Verizon records, including call detail and CSLI for the phone number 617-939-8646. Should I care that those are not redacted? On February 3rd of 2023, police obtained a warrant to search for Verizon records, including call detail and CSLI for, I won't read the numbers. For some reason, they're not redacted. On March 9th of 2023, police obtained a warrant to search an iPad from Ana's Washington, D.C. apartment, and that was warrant 188. On January 8th of 2023, the defendant was arrested on the charge of misleading police. He was arraigned on January 9 of 2023 in Quincy District Court. On January 18th of 2023, he was arraigned on charges of murder and disinterring a body in the Quincy District Court. And they give you the case number there in case you ever want to see it. On March 30th of 23, a Norfolk grand jury indicted him on charges of murder of Ana Walshe, misleading police, and disinterring a body. He was arraigned on April 27th of 2023. On November 6th of 2024, the case was specially assigned to Judge C. Fernieri. That's how I'd pronounce it. For all purposes. On April 18th of 2025, the defendant filed his motion to suppress search warrants. And there's a couple of footnotes. 4 was the warrant to search 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway did not authorize entry at night into the home where the defendant lived with 3 small children. Norfolk. That's what I said. That's what I said, Brooklyn. Or maybe I said Norfolk. Norfolk. The defendant also filed, and this is footnote 5, the defendant also filed a motion to suppress information resulting from a search of electronic devices based on consent. That is the other one. It's lengthy. It's good. It's a good motion. I'm worried. I'm worried for Ana Walshe and her getting justice. Like I said, though, I mean, we're going to get into this hearing. The shit's not good. The shit that they did is not good. You know, I mean, the judge for the inevitable discovery, because the plain view doctrine shit they try to get into is absurd. The inevitable discovery is where this judge is going to have to hang her hat. But we'll get into that. An evidentiary hearing on that motion is presently scheduled for May 19th and 20th of 2025. So then they get into the argument. Now, the other two, in terms of factual summary on the second one with the consent search, is substantially similar, if not identical, to what I just read you. What was that noise? Was that Allie? couldn't even hear it. Okay, you know what? Actually, it's a little bulkier. So I'm going to get into this one a little bit. Babe, is that you? Is she down there? I don't know what the hell is it.
No, it wasn't me.
What was that? Babe, is that you?
Oh,
Is she down there? Wow, there's that echo.
well, no, that's me listening to you. That was me listening on YouTube.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
think what we need
brother
to
counsel. I mean, like if you're looking at it on its face, it's a very winnable motion to suppress. However, judges will go out of their way to avoid granting a motion like this.
Well, I think the facts that we need for these two are each of their stories of how consent came about. Not like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And there's like 20 pages of the prosecution saying what they think happened.
See, because the summary factual background in the second motion is lengthy.
Wait,
But,
are you looking at the Commonwealths or are you looking at the?
yeah, that was the Commonwealth's.
So that's where I'm saying that's where I was saying, well, there's 20 pages here, but all of that is, I mean,
Kind of critical.
Yeah, it's very critical. They're laying down how they're claiming that he consented in addition to evidence. So
all right, so I'm going to stick with. So I finished the Commonwealth's for the first motion. In terms of the consent, I'm going to go through the relevant facts of the defense, and then I vote that it's lengthy as well. I mean, what do you say? Like, so the relevant facts are 9 pages
and 20 pages for the Commonwealth. Are you? I'm sorry. Are you looking at the defenses or the Commonwealths?
This currently is the defenses.
Right. Commonwealths is 20.
Yes.
Including, and it goes beyond, and that's where they're saying that there was more authority given, deeper consent that wasn't as limited by him in these recorded interviews. But I don't know.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm going to do, Mutant Maker. We'll finish half this hearing, and then I'll promise to do it, and then I'll never do it. It's like one of my favorite moves.
The Mata move.
Yeah.
All right, so let's start the hearing then.
All right, let's do the hearing. I mean, all right, if we need to bulk up the hearing in terms of kind of like intel, then I think have the motions at the ready is what I'm saying. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Rebob. Aha. Yes, sir, Rebob.
It's quick, witty.
Slow.
Witty.
Slow and witty.
All right.
Which
Okay,
guy is that?
He's about to tell you. So I'm going to do it at 1.25. It's doable. Okay.
What was your shift that day? It was, sorry, I guess I'm called Greg Lawrence. Morning. Where does
Greg Florence.
stuff right here.
Boosted.
I shall provide on the matter now and hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God under the pains and penalties of perjury. Please have a seat in that witness stand.
Boosted, babe.
Nice and loud.
It's boosted.
Ugh. I don't have on my headphones. I'll just turn it up.
Morning, sir. Morning, sir. Could you please state your name and could you please spell your last name for the record? Gregory Lawrence, spelled Lowrance. And, sir, where do you work? Cohasset Police Department. And how long have you worked there? About 6 years. And what's your current rank there? I am a police officer, currently assigned as a school resource officer to the elementary schools there in town. Okay. Were you working on January 4th of 2023? Yes, I was. And for the record, that was a Wednesday that day? Yes. So on January 24th on 2023, what was your shift that day? It was, sorry, I guess I said the wrong day. January 4th, 2023? January 4th, yes. 4th, 2023, yes. What was the hours of your shift that day? 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Okay. Now, sir, as a result of being an officer, were you in your uniform that day? Yes, I was.
Okay. At 11:44 a.m., where were you dispatched?
I was dispatched to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in the town of Cohasset.
Now, Chief Justice Cushing Highway, does that have another designation as far as a roadway?
In town is also known as Route 3A.
And Route 3A, is it busy road, back road? Can you tell me a little bit about it?
It's a state highway, very busy
I'm
road.
gonna see if I can boost it.
And why were you dispatched to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Cohasset Police Dispatch got a call from a male party by the name of Hugh Dunleavy in Washington, D.C.,
I think
stating
it's
that one
fine.
of his employees
Yeah.
has not been
I
seen
mean,
since the
I'm
previous
just
Friday.
putting my head
Okay. Now, do you remember the name of the company he worked for?
Does it sound
Petition
decent for
inspired.
you guys?
And do you remember the name of the employee that he was calling about?
Ana Walshe.
And did he say where she resided?
She resided in Cohasset.
And what did he say about where her vehicle was located?
Her vehicle was located on the property. It was last seen on the parking lot logging system on the 29th of December, 2022.
Down in D.C.?
Yes, sir.
And was it explained as far as her relationship to Washington, D.C. and why she had a residence in Cohasset?
She works down in Washington, D.C. and commutes back and forth.
And now, sir, when you got to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway, who did you meet there at that residence?
Brian Walshe.
Can you explain to me what happened when you got to the house that day?
I exited my cruiser and he met me at the doorway and said that he wanted to report his wife missing and file a police report with the Cohasset Police.
And what was his demeanor like when you saw him at the doorway?
Very calm.
Now, this initial interaction with Mr. Walsh, was it recorded?
No, it was not.
Why wasn't it recorded?
Cohasset Police did not have body-worn cameras at that time.
And so what had he told you he had done to try and locate his wife at this point in time?
He told me that
Oh, and real quick, by the way, I saw that our beautiful mods posted Murder on Songbird Road, our podcast I did with Lauren Bright Pacheco. By the way, we have kind of a massive update on that. I'm not going to tell you about it yet.
No, you're not.
No, it is.
Lauren would be like, what?
It's a thing. It's a fucking thing. I'm just going to leave it at that. So keep your eyes and ears out for when that drops. I'll let you know when it's done.
he had tried texting her and he did contact his employer, her employer.
And what did he tell you as far as the last time he had seen his wife?
It would be Sunday morning, January 1st, 2023, between the hours of 6 a.m. and 7 a.m.
Did he say where she was going after that point?
She had a work emergency and had to go back to Washington, D.C.
Did he say how she was going to leave the home that day?
She was going to take either an Uber or a Lyft.
And head to where, sir?
Logan
One of
Airport.
the dumps.
Now, what did he say about his attempts to contact her?
He has attempted to contact her via text, and also he had reached out to coworkers and acquaintances in the D.C. area.
And when she was working in D.C., did he tell you how often he would have contact with her?
He said that usually they would speak frequently, and she would FaceTime with her children.
And did he have any information about where she resided in Washington, D.C. during the week?
They own a townhouse down there.
Did he give you the address?
He did give me the address. I do not know it off the top of my head.
That's okay. And did he give you any information concerning
I like this process.
her vehicle in Washington, D.C.?
Yes, she had a vehicle that she kept down there. It was a 2022 gray Volkswagen Taos.
What did he provide you?
Sorry, I missed the end of that. It was a 2022 what?
Volkswagen Taos.
Thank you.
And, sir, did he provide you a physical description of her?
Yes, here the description, standing 5'2" in height, about 115 pounds, brown hair, brown eyes.
Now, how was
Currently
his
in
interaction with Mr. Walsh at the Walsh home that morning when you went to go see him?
Probably about 20, 30 minutes maybe.
And after that, where'd you go?
I left the residence and then I did return to the same house later that evening.
Did you have to fill out any documentation after you left the residence?
Yes, I went back to the Cohasset Police Station and filled out an NCIC, missing persons report.
Your Honor, at this point in time, we've already talked about the first 20 exhibits in this book. I'm going to give this to the court and we can remark these 20 exhibits.
All right, and you can, as they come in, if defense counsel wishes to object to any of them, you let me know, and we'll deal with them real time.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you. Officer, do you recognize the document I just handed to you?
Yes, you did.
What is the document I just handed to you?
There's a missing person report for an NCIC record entry.
And what is an NCIC entry?
It is a database where we can enter information on a missing person that goes out to surrounding police and other law enforcement agencies.
And where did you get the information to fill out that report?
Mr. Walsh.
Yes,
And
Amy.
that's the report you filled out after meeting with Mr. Walsh that day on the 4th.
They can
correct.
still find him.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit would be 21.
Any objection to that?
Yeah, he's got a little spunk.
The NCIC
Personality.
this person says now exhibit 21 in evidence.
What do you think?
Who, the prosecutor?
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Yeah. Lots of spunk.
Now, can I just, sorry.
Spunk filled.
Is that
Wow.
the same one as
Guy's
exhibit
just
4?
teeming with spunk.
I apologize. I didn't. It is the same one as exhibit 4. My bad. We put that in last night. My apologies, Your Honor. It's already been marked as exhibit 4.
Fine, I take judicial notice that 4 and 21 are the same. Thanks for pointing that out, so I don't look for a difference.
And I don't need to
Yeah,
give
Josh.
any more weight than it deserves for the once.
All right,
Some
that's fine.
everybody
You're welcome. I need
searches.
more weight. Can I have the binder?
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sure.
These courtrooms
Officer.
are so.
What information did Cohasset PD have at this point in time from Mr. Dunleavy as far as the last time Ms. Walsh had been seen at her workplace?
They had a record of her on their security system on the 29th of December.
And what was the information that Cohasset PD had at this time as far as the last time Ms. Walsh's car was recorded entering or exiting a Tishman Speyer facility in Washington, D.C.?
His recorded on the parking lot logging system at right around 5 a.m. on the 30th of December.
And what information did Mr. Dunleavy provide Cohasset PD as far as the accessibility from that location to getting to Reagan International Airport?
She can usually easily access the airport via train from that location.
What did Cohasset PD do that afternoon as far as attempting to locate Ms. Walsh's cell phone?
A ping was ordered by Cohasset Police from her cell phone provider.
And, sir, are you aware of the last time, according to that? Well, first, what is a ping?
A ping is the process of determining the last activity of a cell phone by having it send a signal to a nearby cell phone tower.
Okay. Now, sir, when was the last time, according to the information that was received for the request for the ping, that Ms. Walsh's phone interacted with a tower?
It was 3:14 a.m. on January 2nd, 2023.
And do you know the location of the tower it had contact with?
Yes, it was on Reservoir Road in Cohasset.
Now, that tower, how close is that to the family home for the Walsh?
About a quarter of a mile.
And how were you able to identify the provider for Ms. Walsh's cell phone?
Mr. Walsh advised me of the provider of the cell phone.
And is that also how you got the phone number?
Yes, sir.
Now, did Mr. Walsh provide you any information concerning what airline Ana Walshe was going to fly that morning on January 1st?
Yes, sir.
What did he say?
She was flying with JetBlue airline.
And what did Cohasset PD do that afternoon to find out if Ms. Ana Walshe had flown on JetBlue?
We contacted Massachusetts State Troopers assigned to the Logan Airport barracks to inquire with JetBlue, and they advised them that they had no record of ever flying with JetBlue that morning.
And what is it that Cohasset PD did that afternoon to contact the carrier Uber to see if it had had any contact with Ana Walshe on January 1st?
We did a records request with Uber, and they had no records of any pickups or drop-offs from 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset.
And, sir, also, what was done as far as Cohasset PD attempting to contact law enforcement in Washington, D.C. to locate Ana Walshe?
Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department was contacted to check the townhouse where Ana stays when she's working down there, and they entered it with Mr. Walsh's permission and did not find any signs of forced entry, and Ana was not there.
Did you ever have the opportunity on January?
It's funny. Surprise said, I watched this with Melanie and cannot get over how much the prosecutor sounds like Yannetti. It's hilarious. He said that. Like when I first heard this guy speaking, I thought it was Yannetti. Like he sounds a lot like David. He really does.
Well, there's those like couple different accents in Boston.
It's not even so much the accent is just his tone and tenor. I mean, he just sounds like him. I don't know. You'll see what I mean.
So what I was going to say was
return back
inconsistencies, you know, in Brian's statement in and of themselves are not that compelling, you know, like alone, obviously.
Right.
It could be that she's lying to him, you know, it shouldn't be probable cause to say that he is lying. So,
I mean, right.
By themselves.
At least not for murder.
Right.
You know, maybe misleading a
Well,
investigation.
that was part of their charges, but I'm
I
just
know
saying,
that
right,
was what they originally charged him with.
right, but right then, that doesn't prove that at all. It just proves that he was lied to.
Right.
Could prove. Obviously, when taken in conjunction with like the searches and the other evidence, it's, tells a completely different story. But one, let's hope they have enough without to arrest him.
Well, you mean to not? I mean, it's all gone. It's all gone. It all goes away.
Back to
Well, that sounds-
516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
Yes, I did.
About what time did you return?
I think it was shortly after 6:30
Does
p.m.
sound like you know.
And who returned with you to the residence?
Then Detective Harrison Schmidt,
And who was at the house when you arrived at the residence?
Mr. Walsh, and his 3 children.
And do you now know the ages of those 3 children on January 4th?
At that point, they were ages 2, 4, and 6, respectively.
And besides the children and Mr. Walsh, was anyone else home at that point in time at the family residence?
No, there was not.
Were there any pets at the residence at this point in time?
There was a large German Shepherd locked in a cage.
And when you got to the residence, what is it that you and then Detective Schmidt did with Mr. Walsh?
We sat down and did a recorded interview.
So where did this interview occur in the Walsh home?
It was at a dining room table downstairs.
Were you still in uniform at this point in time?
Yes, sir, I was.
And when you were recording the interview, what access did Mr. Walsh have to his children during this point in time?
They were running around the floor freely.
And sir, have you had the opportunity to review the audio of that interview?
Yes, sir, I have.
And it fairly and accurately recorded the interview that you had that night?
Yes, sir, it does.
In addition, you also had the opportunity to review the transcript of that interview, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Is it an accurate transcript of that interview?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, those are exhibits 2 and 3 in the binder.
Any objection to those?
How long did the interview last?
I think it was a little under 1 hour.
During that interview, did Mr. Walsh say when his wife Ana had flown home to Cohasset? I'll end it there.
Yes. Friday morning, December 30th.
And what did he do as far as showing you her travel arrangements?
He opened up the JetBlue app and showed us her flight information.
And when you say he opened up the JetBlue app, what device was he showing you this from?
An iPhone.
And in his hands, correct?
Yes.
All right. And when he showed you the iPhone, did he say anything else as far as your access to the iPhone?
He turned to Detective Schmidt and said something along the lines of, "It's all there, you can look."
And when was it that she was initially she being Ana Walsh, initially supposed to fly back to Washington, D.C.?
Tuesday.
Positive.
What did he provide you as far as information as what Ana Walsh did on December 31st, 2000?
I'm sorry. Arguments like that he was like, it's all right there, you can look. No judge is expanding into everything you want to see is in this cell phone. Go ahead and search everything you could possibly want in this cell phone, especially when we get to what happens after with the, specific limitations. But the same can be said for any expansive words that he may or may not have used, assuming, if it's not on a recording, about go ahead, just look, you can check for yourself, because there was already a parameter of what they were supposed to be looking for and in what time frames. So saying go ahead and look in the scenario he just spoke of is like, go ahead and look at the app for JetBlue. It's all right there. Not go ahead and look in my entire cell phone. It's all anywhere in there's anything you want to see anytime.
You ready for me to fire it back up?
Yeah, I'm going to go get more water since coffee's too hot and I did
22.
cool down. Feel cooler.
Okay.
He said that Ana ran some errands and took the children to a play area in Canton.
And what did he say was what he and Ana Walsh did that evening, New Year's Eve, on December 22nd and December 31st, 2022?
They had one of their friends over for dinner.
What was the friend's name?
First name was Jem.
Okay. What time did they say that this person came over to their house?
Approximately 8:30 p.m.
Did anyone else come over for dinner that night?
No.
And where were the children that night?
They were in bed when Jem arrived.
What time did he say that the family friend left?
Right around 1 a.m.
And what time did he say that he and his wife went to bed that evening?
1:30 a.m.
What did Mr. Walsh tell you that Ana had informed him about her having to leave the next day?
A work emergency came up and she had to leave first thing in the morning.
And what did he say to you as far as how she would get to the airport that morning?
Be an Uber or a Lyft
And what time did he say that she left?
between the hours of 6 a.m. and 7 a.m.
Did he provide any information as far as the clothing she was wearing?
She was wearing a black coat, gray and blue hunter boots, and a black Prada purse.
During this interview, did Mr. Walshe provide you any information about Ana Walshe's stress level at this point in time in their lives?
Yes, there was a lot of stress in their lives from her commuting back and forth to work.
Was there anything else that she was stressed about, according to Mr. Walshe?
No.
During the interview, did any of the children produce anything?
One of the children, I do not recall which one, asked Mr. Walshe to unlock an iPad for him.
Was he able to do it?
Yes, he was.
And what happened when he unlocked? Did he say anything when he unlocked the iPad?
He typed in a code and said the code out loud.
Do you remember the code?
121212.
And did the children provide any belongings of Ana Walshe during the interview?
They found a sunglass case with sunglasses inside it that Brian said belonged to her.
Now, after this interview, what did you do as far as looking around the house?
With Mr. Walsh's permission, myself, Mr. Walshe, and Detective Schmidt looked around the house just for any potential clues that could help us find Ana.
And when you were inside the house, did you see anything unordinary that was a potential clue for you?
I did not.
What access did you have to the attic?
We did not check the attic.
And that night, did you search the outside of the house?
Yes, sir.
And what did you notice as far as the pool?
It was uncovered, which was strange for this time of year.
And what about the water level?
The water level was high. It was filled.
And did you do anything to look into the water of the pool?
At that time, we shined our flashlights in, but we could not see much. So later on that night, we did request the fire department to respond.
What did you see the fire department do?
They had high-powered spotlights that they shined in, and also they used a large pole to scrape the bottom of the pool.
And was anything recovered when that was done?
No, sir.
Now, that night, did you have the opportunity to see any vehicles that belonged to the Walshe family at the residence?
Yes, sir. There was a Volvo SUV in the driveway.
And did you have the opportunity to look inside the Volvo SUV?
I did look from the outside, yes.
And what, if anything, did you notice about the Volvo SUV?
I only saw one thing. It was in the trunk. It was a folded-up plastic sheet.
That night, did you go into the basement at all?
Yes, I did.
And what did you notice about the basement?
It was fairly clean. Just a refrigerator, a couple boxes of miscellaneous items, and a few full trash bags.
And Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes?
Thank you very much. Nothing further.
Really?
Sam?
That sucks.
Morning.
Morning.
You have any conversations with a district attorney named Lynn Beelan regarding this case?
I did not.
You have any conversations with a trooper named Buhkenik regarding this case?
I did not.
Did you have any conversations with anyone regarding this case and any agreement purportedly made by Mr. Walshe to turn over his cell phone?
I did not.
When you talked on direct examination about Mr. Walshe showing you his phone, he was showing you what? Text messages?
He was showing us text messages and also pictures and flight information.
So the pictures were of what? Ana Walshe and Jim, the friend?
I did not look at him. Detective Schmidt looked at him at that time.
Okay. And he did not show you anything other than those three items.
Not me personally.
And he didn't invite you to look at his phone for anything like location data or anything of the sort.
Not me personally.
And when you say you personally, what do you mean by that? Not me personally.
He did not have me look at anything. I do not know if he gave Detective Schmidt any.
You don't. You were present, though, later on in the evening with Detective Schmidt, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've reviewed that transcript, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's fair to say that nowhere in that transcript that was conducted of the interview on January 4th in the evening hours, is there any reference to Mr. Walshe saying, you can look at my phone to look at search data, location data, anything of the sort, is there?
Not that I recall.
Okay.
The state's fucked. This is their argument?
This is actually a defense attorney.
No, I know, but they stopped.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
With the state.
So,
Oh, they're calling somebody else. Okay.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall provide in the matter now and here until you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please have a seat in the witness stand. Just keep your voice up nice and loud. Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and please spell us your last name?
Harrison Schmidt, SCHMIDT.
And where do you work, sir?
Cohasset Police Department.
And how long have you worked there?
13 years.
What is your current rank there?
Sergeant.
When did you become a sergeant?
Early January 2023.
What was your rank as of January 4th, 2023?
Detective.
With the Cohasset Police Department, how many officers are on that PD?
About 22.
And how many detectives are there?
One detective and one detective supervisor.
As a detective, what were your responsibilities?
General investigations.
And in addition to being a detective at Cohasset Police Department, were you affiliated with any other law enforcement agencies?
I'm a member of the Metrolec SWAT team.
And can you describe for us what Metrolec is, sir?
It's a consortium of departments that share resources and personnel
He's so
to form
smart.
specialized teams.
And
Get him
within the
over
SWAT
there.
team, do they have any function as far as searches?
They do. They have a search and rescue team.
And what involvement do you have with that?
If they need searchers, they will pull from the SWAT team.
And, sir, how many fatal investigations have you worked?
Dozens.
And how many missing person cases have you worked?
Just over a dozen, probably.
And have you been able to locate all of those people?
No.
How many of those people have been deceased when you've done an investigation?
Several.
And what were some of the reasons for why they were deceased?
Medical issues, suicide, exposure to the elements.
Now, are you familiar with the investigation to the disappearance of Ana Walshe?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with that investigation?
I was called in to assist patrol in a missing persons investigation.
When was that?
The 4th of January.
About what time?
3 or 3:30.
And when you say you were called in, where did you go as a result of being called in?
I went to Cohasset Police headquarters.
And when you got to the Cohasset Police headquarters, what did you do as far as trying to set up an interview with Mr. Walshe?
I tried to coordinate an interview for that night.
And were you able to?
Yes.
What time did you set up the interview for?
6 or 6:30 p.m.
And why was it 3 hours after you got to the station?
He had to get dinner for his children.
Now, that afternoon, sir, did you do anything to try and locate Ms. Walshe?
Yes.
What were you trying to do?
I reviewed the reports I coordinated with the patrol officers that initially responded. I performed queries through law enforcement databases, and then I went to the residence.
Now, I have just a few questions about that January 4th interview. At the January 4th interview with Mr. Walshe, what interaction did you have with him as far as him showing you his cell phone?
He gave me a cell phone to look at.
And what did he say?
He said there was about
Search at
a year
whatever you
of
want.
text messages with Ana Walshe that I could look at, and about 1,000 photographs.
And did you look at the phone that night?
I did.
For about how long?
3 to 5 minutes.
And that night, did you have the opportunity to make any observations of any of the cars at the family home?
Yes.
What car did you look at?
There's a Volvo XC90.
And did you get any permission to look at that car?
Yes.
And who'd you get the permission from?
Mr. Walshe.
And what did you notice about the Volvo?
In the
take my
trunk,
breaks at will.
the trunk was lined with like plastic sheeting.
And so were you able to open it at this point in time?
Yes.
Now, sir,
1 2 1 2 1 2.
fast forwarding
2
to
1 2 1
January
2 1
5th,
2 1.
which was a Thursday, what did you do to try and locate Miss Walshe that day?
I did a lot that day.
Let me just go back for a second.
I apologize.
There was I'll do this from time to time. There was a plastic sheet, you said
like
lining
that.
the rear area?
Yes.
Is that a trunk or is it more like an open area in the rear of an SUV?
The trunk area is a SUV with a hatch.
Mhm.
So the trunk area, not the seating area.
Okay, thanks.
So
Go ahead.
not like a sedan though, which would have a separate distinct trunk. It has access to the seats.
Correct. If the seats would fold down, you could go from the trunk into the back row.
Okay.
So I'll call it a traditional SUV configuration.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
not a.
So
truck.
I was asking you about January 5th and what you did to try and locate Miss Walshe on the 5th. Could you explain to us some of the things you did that morning?
I created and disseminated a missing persons bulletin. I began coordinating with friends and family. I checked for international
you
travel
pause it
and
real
put a
quick, babe?
flag on her
Yes,
passport
babe.
if she attempted to do international travel. I coordinated with taxi companies.
So that was his SUV. I mean, I guess it wouldn't matter, but I don't know what.
Oh,
Hit the back button.
oh.
Back. Hit the back button.
What do you mean?
Like go to the screen and go back.
We-
What?
huh?
Oh, it's in the corner. It's small.
Oh, there it is. I did it. I did it.
Well, I mean, because that could be something that could be probable cause, right? So now you add some inconsistencies and a very unusual tarp-like thing in the back of the car.
See,
right?
that's what I was telling you about the tarp thing. You remember me telling you about that on the drive this morning?
Yeah.
This tarp thing, like they got there, there's this tarp, the seats
Right.
are down, the tarp there.
Right. I think that the judge is thinking if it's like a pickup truck, that's kind of more usual, right? You might have a tarp laying in the back because the elements coming down. Now you're talking about inside of a vehicle. So you can see the judge trying to identify every piece of possible probable cause that's unrelated to this bullshit
Right.
so that you can get, because if there would have been enough to request a search of the phones, I don't know. Let's keep going.
Well,
You got to think about it.
you mean the devices in general? If there
but-
would have been enough on the front end. So here's the problem. You have a no body case, right? Like at this point, Anna's not located. Still
right,
hasn't
but
been
you could be
located.
looking for, like they said, kidnapping.
Right. Oh, so I was starting to, hey, life's a bit. Is it the email about how Allie can stay cool with the perimenopause? That the email, if that's your email, then yes, I got it.
And put a flag
tips,
on her
babe,
passport
tips.
if she attempted to do international travel. I coordinated with taxi companies and rideshare
Appreciate
and
it.
her employer.
Now, was anything done to,
Sounds
as far as
pretty good.
canine searches of the area around the Walsh home?
Yes,
Can you describe for me what was done?
the Cohasset Police canine and handler searched the property.
And the Walsh property, can you describe how it's situated in relation to the roadway?
It's on Route 3A. It's a long driveway set back behind a used auto dealership. It's surrounded by woods. Maybe a quarter mile into the backyard is another neighborhood.
And so it's woods between those two neighborhoods.
Yes.
Was anything recovered during the canine search?
No.
Now, did you have the opportunity, or did the Cohasset PD have the opportunity to enlist any other law enforcement agencies on the 5th?
Yes.
What was done?
I reported to my supervisor, who requested additional resources from the State Police CPAC unit for Norfolk County.
And when, if any, if ever, did any resources from the State Police Detectives Unit arrive at Cohasset PD?
About 5 p.m. that Thursday.
Pause it one
And
more
who
second.
arrived from the State Police Detective Unit?
Oh,
Trooper
I'm not on
DeChico
full screen
and
anyway.
Sergeant Buhkenik.
And
The Chico, there he is. All
And-
the same clowns.
So the other thing that I think is helpful for probable cause was that Dad had the password for the devices. Kids couldn't even get on it without the parents, helping them.
Well, I mean,
Just as far as probable cause to eventually get a warrant for that damn device,
yeah,
to include search history
I suppose.
that he has, that he can use that device as well. Because I don't know why, and I've got to look, maybe there's something, and maybe we'll hear something here specific in Massachusetts law that maybe gives a little more rights than the federal constitution, but it's not that hard to get a search for electronic devices, especially if you limit it to the search history and the communications in a very small window of time. I don't think it would have been that hard. So I'm really hoping that.
Well, they didn't think that there was enough PC when they found a dead body in front of 34 Fairview.
Well, but that was bullshit. There was enough PC to at least request to ask. And at least, as you can see, go to request a consent search. Like, I don't, why fuck around with the consent search if there's, enough? Because I think, and we'll have to see, I thought I read something in one of the motions that Anna used one of the devices just before she left the house. So if that's the case, that's also probable cause to search to see if there's anything in Anna's communications that might lead the police to Anna's whereabouts. Again, in a very limited to this time, they might not have gotten that, assuming that first text about when to get divorced was really, well, it couldn't have been then, right? Because it would have been after the search. But, limited to 5 days, it should have been easy to get all the devices in the house that either the wife or the husband. I mean, you could have it could have just been on the premise of the wife, to see
Yeah.
where she was going, if she might have communicated with someone that meant her harm. Da 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 da.
Yeah, see, to me, that would have been the stronger argument if they could show that, and clearly they had established through his own statement that she had fixed the iPad that morning before she left.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. That her access and use of the iPad.
That's what I
should have-
mean. I know.
So that's I think inevitable discovery is a strong, that this whole he consented thing that I'm not buying that.
Well, it's not even that he just consented. It's that they were confused about as to what exactly he consented to.
I've never seen so that would be similar, akin to the argument of, what's the word? Good faith basis. So that officer relies on a good faith basis on a search warrant. And it seems if there's this argument like they were confused, is that an exception, a good faith basis on a misunderstanding of the scope of the consent? I don't know. That's not anything that I've ever looked at. So we'll have to see.
Like the bigger problem from their perspective there is the fact that it was in writing. This wasn't like it was some verbal consent. Like she penned it out.
Communications.
Yeah, I mean it was memorialized.
Communications.
Yeah, it was memorialized.
So I don't know how you get the search history from there.
Oh, I want to give a quick couple of love shout outs to. We got a couple of Venmos real quick.
Why is my mouse going weird?
And y'all, if you do send Venmos and you don't want us to use your government name, I only use the first name, but you want us to use your screen name, make sure you include it in the Venmo, because otherwise I have no way to know or identify who it came from. But Deborah sent us a $20 Venmo saying channel love, $20 channel love, Purple Heart. And then Dana, I'm going to assume it's Dana, not Dana, because it's two N's, sent us 25. I just started your podcast about Gacy tapes, and I'm loving it. So glad you brought it up during the Turtle Boy interview.
It's so amazing. And I know I'm his wife and like blah, 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 but really like as unbiased and independent as I can be and say, even if y'all weren't here listening, I would say it's fucking amazing.
If you guys are subs to this channel and you haven't listened to Gacy, I don't understand it. Like the thing is like, it's my like life's work. It's unbelievable. It's so. I'm
all right, start playing. People want to hear what this guy's got to say.
Sorry, yeah.
We'll get to all the supers into that.
Yep.
Once they arrived, what did you do with these two troopers?
I informed them of what was been done so far in the investigation, and we listened to the audio recording from the first interview.
After having this opportunity to review all this information with these officers, what, if anything, what was done at this point in time in the investigation?
We went to the residence.
Who went to the residence?
Myself, Detective Lieutenant Lopes, Sergeant Hunt, Trooper DeChico, and Sergeant Buhkenik.
And about what time did you go to the residence?
8 p.m.
Did you do anything as far as contacting Mr. Walsh before you arrived at the residence?
3 and homicide.
I don't recall.
When you arrived at the residence, who was there?
Mr. Walsh was, his 3 children, and his mother.
Was anyone leaving the residence at this hour?
The nanny, Robin Howe, was leaving.
When you got to the residence, did you have the opportunity to conduct any further interviews?
Yes.
Who did you have the interview with?
Mr. Walsh.
Where did the interview take place?
In the dining room and kitchen area.
And can you describe the kitchen dining room area?
Open concept. If you walk into that portion of the house, dining room's on the left, kitchen's on the right. There's a large dining room table. There's window bench seating on one side and chairs on the other sides.
Where'd you sit?
I believe the window bench seat.
And did anyone else from law enforcement participate with the interview with you and Mr. Walsh?
Yes, Trooper DeChico.
And where was Sergeant Hunt?
Sergeant Hunt was also present.
And I take it you're all at the dining room table?
Yes.
So you had mentioned that Detective Lieutenant Lopes and Sergeant Buhkenik also arrived there that night?
Correct.
Where did they go?
They went on the other side of the staircase is a TV living room area, and they spoke with Mr. Walsh's mother.
Could you hear them talking to Mr. Walsh's mother?
Yes.
And during that interview, did the defendant have any access to his children?
Yes, they were coming in and out of the interview.
Did the children give you anything that night?
They gave me a piece of art.
Now, have you had the opportunity to review the transcript from that interview?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to listen to the audio of that interview?
Yes.
Does the audio fairly and accurately record that interview?
It does, however, there is background noise.
In regards to the transcript, is there anything missing as far as the how compared to the audio?
Yes. The background noise isn't included in the transcript.
Is not or is?
Excuse me, is not, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
How long did that interview go on for?
About an hour.
Did Mr. Walsh ask to take any breaks during that interview?
No.
What was his demeanor like during that interview?
He was calm and cooperative.
During that interview, what did he say that his normal contact would be with his wife, Ana Walshe, while she was working in Washington?
A daily contact.
During the interview, did you have the opportunity to ask him whether or not Ana was contemplating suicide?
Yes.
And what was his response to that?
She wouldn't do that.
What, if anything, did he say she was unhappy about?
Stress from work and distance.
And was he asked about extramarital affairs on either side?
Yes.
What did he say?
Neither of them had extramarital affairs.
Did you ask, or was he asked on whether or not, if they had had an argument the morning she left January 1?
Yes.
What was his response?
There wouldn't have been enough time that morning.
What do you say the biggest argument they had recently was?
She had a 2-week vacation scheduled, and instead of coming home, she was in Belgrade visiting her mother.
Now, did he say what was causing stress in their relationship at this point in time?
Yes.
What was causing stress?
The
from work.
distance, being away from the children.
And in addition to the distance, were there any other stressors in the relationship?
Prior legal issues.
So he told you that he had another criminal matter going on?
Yes.
What did he tell you as far as his last contact with his wife, Ana Walshe, was?
He was in bed sleeping. This would be the morning of the 1st.
Wait, what about chopping up her body?
Gave him a kiss goodbye, went downstairs to get dressed and leave for work.
And did he tell you what his...
He's just an inquisitive guy. That's
Right.
all.
I mean, what's his name said it here. Where is he? Hold on. I had it. Honestly. Oh, I thought it said who doesn't. Who actually Googles most of this stuff? Yeah, no one.
I mean, I do it all the time. I should say, hold on. I'm going to pull up my phone and look at my last Google searches. Let's see.
Yep.
Okay, the last 5. What is the best way to dispose of a human body? Where can I get a 60-gallon barrel? Does acid really eat flesh and bone? I mean, dude, that's like my typical shit. I'm always doing that.
I mean, the guy is so unassuming. He just sits over there like, you guys don't think I did this. Searches, smirches.
I mean, I do a true crime podcast aside from the YouTube, like the podcast itself. So I research a lot. So I've got some weird shit for sure.
Right.
And I'm like, I always say, wow, if they ever look at my phone, they're going to be like, what's this guy up to? But like shit like that, no, not a chance.
All the day that
Right.
your wife goes missing.
Timing
I mean,
is
he
everything.
he is presumed innocent until proven guilty. However, whose ever search history that is looks pretty damn guilty. That's all I'm saying.
What the hell was that show we were watching the other night? And
Where
that
they
guy
stuffed the
like
body?
rolled out that
Yeah.
weird thing and
That
turned
was
on some kind of like he put the body in it and he
poker face.
zipped it up. Yeah, it was poker face. And he zips it up and he turns some kind of lever that puts like some kind of
Acid or
consuming acid that like, and it completely dissolves the body, then rolls the thing up. It was like, I'm like, wow, if somebody
it was
invents
supposed to
that
be like
shit-
some spy thing. If that thing existed, we'd all the solvings of crimes would get a hell of a lot harder. Because I don't think that's something you buy on the internet.
Yeah, Will. I mean, look, we always got to wait to trial, right? Presumption of innocence and all
Yeah.
that shit. But
Yeah,
look,
I'm innocent.
this fucking guy. And I like
That's why I
get-
said whoever did the searches. Whoever did the searches.
yeah, whoever did those searches,
Looks.
I'm assuming it wasn't the 6-year-old. So, but Robin, Robin, this is why I want you to start the Gacy season immediately. So I don't think people should have their rights trampled on, but Jesus Christ, don't let this guy get off. It's not how the shit works. I agree. Nobody like if this case goes away, people should be outraged, not at the defense lawyers that did their job, but
Not
at the
the
cops
system.
that violated this dude's constitutional rights. Because the reason that you have to file these motions is so these fuckheads don't do it to everybody. That's where in
But that's what we're
problem
doing right
lies.
now, Robin. Bob and I are going through this and we're pointing out to you little things that can be piled on to establish some sort of other way for them to get at this evidence. Something that would make it where the court could deny the defense's motion. And that's what we're looking for right now. So let's keep it going then.
Yeah, and believe me when I tell you this, the judge absolutely
We'll look
does
for
not
anything.
want to
Right.
suppress this evidence.
Right. The
Just-
best thing she can do is scream and yell that you guys are this close to having all of this thrown out, like put the fear in God of them, as Bob likes to say, and then find a way to keep it in.
Right. Because it's, at the end of the day, and I was talking to Allie, I'm like, if they lose the motion to suppress, I mean, they can take a shot for an interlocutory appeal. But I agree. I like, to me, the liner in the car is pretty fucking damning. Because you have to look at whatever predates the searches, like the things that led them to everything else.
Right. And that's why I was saying that the inconsistent statements in and of themselves, I don't think get you much of anything. But if there's things you can attach them to, then yeah. So you've got the inconsistent statements, you've got
which begs the question, why didn't they get the fucking warrant to begin with?
right.
You know what I mean? It's like, come on, dude.
Right. So, and again, I just want to say it's easy to fight for someone's rights and for the Constitution to be followed when you think someone is innocent, like many of you did out there for Karen Reed. It's hard, and it's what Bob and I do and defense attorneys do when you do it for someone who damn well might be guilty. But it has to be done for all of them to help all of
Us.
everybody else.
Right.
So-
We can't pick and choose who the Constitution applies to. That's not how this shit works.
Right.
Whether it's monsters or an innocent person that's been arrested, it doesn't matter. It matters not. We don't get to pick and choose. It's not how this thing works at all. It applies equally to all of us, no matter if you're the biggest piece of shit that's ever walked the face of the earth or the innocent bystander who got snatched up by law enforcement and has been wrongfully arrested and tried.
Right.
I mean, it's
And KPT, I mean, the liner in the car, it's not all that much. We're just trying to point out anything. And the fact that the judge asked that question about was that a trunk that was exposed to the elements or not, just goes to show it's something she's thinking about. So it's at least something.
It's something.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
something.
you're right. It doesn't mean all that much.
Right. In and of itself. Because look, I mean, when I have to put Nanook in the, I
You've
have
got a blanket back there.
permanently, because I don't want the hair and shit back there when I'm transporting them for walks. And, I mean,
Plus, we
yes, there are
need a
other
little bed for
logical
him when we
explanations,
travel.
but the timing of it is what gives it a little more weight.
Right. But
You
there
know.
are a lot of people who are, very neat,
Fastidious. Yeah.
they're going to put a liner back there for something like you just said, because you know what? I got a stroller that's out in the mud and out in the dirt, and I like the back of my car clean. So I agree. It's not that strong, but we're just trying to point out any little thing that might be able to be used to establish some kind of probable cause, not probable cause to arrest, right? But probable cause to search the devices, to look further into, is there something there? Not probable cause to arrest a man for a crime. So that's not what I'm talking about right now when I'm pointing out little things that could be added together to constitute probable cause. That would be probable cause to get a search warrant to search for not only communications but search history in a limited time frame.
Yeah, and I saw somebody ask the question, like Tracy asked a question, can't they redo the warrants? No. Once, if they've violated somebody's constitutional rights, can't get a redo.
But
And
you can establish under inevitable discovery that we, based on this, and that, we would have been able to get a search warrant for that
right,
information.
that's what the main thrust of their argument's going to be.
We assume.
Well, I mean, Melanie kind of
I didn't
let
watch.
slip with it, right? So I mean, I know what they end up arguing.
Okay.
One is insane. The plain view doctrine shit is ridiculous. But
I told you there was that one case in Massachusetts that they cited in their motion. Actually, I'm going to look at it while this is going on because I thought it was insane when he said it. When I was reading it in the motion, I was like,
all right, I'll fire it back up.
Oldest child told
She gave him a kiss goodbye, went downstairs to get dressed and leave for work.
And did he tell you what his oldest child told him was his last contact with Ana Walshe?
Yes.
What did he say his oldest child told him?
He said the oldest child was on the couch with an iPad, and Ana Walshe had come down, said goodbye to him, and then left in a vehicle. However, that car did not come up the driveway to the house.
Now, during the interview,
thanks, Mad 960.
who asked to look through the defendant's phone?
Trooper DeChico.
What did he say?
He asked to look through the contents and download the phone.
Now, when he asked to look through the phone, what was the defendant's response?
Oh, boy.
He said, "Let me get this straight. You want to download all the contents to my phone?"
And what did Trooper DeChico say in response to that?
Yes, all of the contents.
And what concerns did the defendant have after Trooper DeChico said that?
His prior legal issues.
And did he say who he wanted to talk to about this?
His attorney.
And did he say how long it would take for him to get in touch with his attorney and get back to law enforcement about going through his phone?
Yes, he would know likely the next day.
And what did he say his desire was as far as having his phone downloaded?
He said, "This is my intention and declaration."
And to be clear, that was also including his desire to speak to his attorney and get permission first, or to have a conversation with her, right?
Yes.
Did Trooper DeChico say why he wanted to look through the defendant's phone?
Yes, we wanted to establish a permanent timeline and get a tone of Ana.
During the interview, was there any conversation about conducting a forensic interview of the children?
Yes.
What was discussed?
We explained what it was, and we had scheduled one for the following day at 10 a.m.
After the interview, what was done as far as searching the home?
We got consent from Mr. Walsh to search the home.
And when you got consent, what areas of the home did you check?
The entire home.
And what access did you have to the attic?
We checked the attic.
Did you find anything in the attic?
Nothing of remark.
And what, if anything, did you notice between the attic and the bedroom of Mr. Walsh?
There was a hole in the drywall on the ceiling.
Now, besides looking inside the home, did you have access to the pool?
Yes.
And what was done as far as looking at the pool that night?
We used flashlights to look into the pool again.
And you say again, did you have the opportunity to look at it the night before?
Yes.
Was anything ever recovered from the pool?
No.
And now, that night, did you have the opportunity to look into any of the vehicles again?
Yes.
Which vehicle?
The Volvo XC90.
And the Volvo XC90, who gave you permission to look into it?
Mr. Walsh.
And what was noticed as far as anything inside what did you notice about the Volvo that night on the 5th?
Inside was a receipt from Lowe's dated the 4th, and there was a cell phone.
Did Mr. Walsh tell you who the phone belonged to?
His oldest son.
After having the opportunity, well,
Babe, I want
in
bed.
addition to looking at the house, looking outside the house, did you go to anywhere else as far as at that address to look around for Miss Walsh?
We checked the trash barrels that line the driveway.
Did you find anything in the trash barrels?
No.
After doing all that, where'd you go?
Back to Cohasset Police Headquarters.
What did you do back at Cohasset Police Headquarters?
We attempted to contact financial institutions that might have recent activity.
And about what time do you think you got back to Cohasset PD?
Approximately 10:30 p.m. maybe.
So now on January 6th, Friday, what happened to the forensic interview of the children?
It was canceled.
And what was done by state police to bring in more resources?
A large-scale search was started.
Yeah.
We brought in command posts, the state police search and rescue team, the
Boys
Metro
will be boys.
search and rescue team, and area detectives on mutual aid.
Now, did anyone conduct a press conference on January 6th from your department?
Yes.
Who?
Chief Quigley.
And how do you characterize this case at the press conference?
A missing persons investigation.
On January 6th, did you have the opportunity to speak to anyone who saw Ana Walshe and Brian Walshe on December 31st?
Yes.
Who'd you speak to?
Jim Mutlu.
And
What's the last name?
Mutlu, Your Honor.
can you spell it?
Mutlu.
And where did this
I already
conversation-
like that the judge is paying
Aggressive police
attention.
headquarters.
And who was with you for this
Yeah.
conversation?
Trooper Chico.
During this
heartening.
conversation, what did he tell you as far as his relationship to Ana Walshe?
Previous coworker and friend.
And
Wait, Trooper Chico?
what time did he get
Yeah.
to the? Does he believe he got to
Chico.
the Walshe home that night on New Year's Eve?
No, but she was a future
I don't recall what time
Prior-
he got there.
co-worker.
Did he say what interaction he had with the
No.
children that night?
Yes.
What interaction did you have with the children that
Oh.
night?
The oldest child had come down the stairs, and he took a photo with the oldest child and Ana Walshe.
And did he say whose phone they took it with? If you remember.
I don't recall.
And after the oldest child came downstairs, was there any further interaction with the children?
No.
What time did he say he left?
After 1 a.m., between 1 and 1:30.
And what did he say the demeanor was of everyone there?
Good.
Now, who on January 6th was working on speaking with Mr. Walsh's attorney about getting access to his cell phone?
Sergeant Buhkenik.
And do you know if any digital devices were obtained from Mr. Walshe?
Yes.
What day?
Friday.
The 6th?
Friday the 6th.
And were you there when they were obtained?
No.
Now, do you know when those devices were returned?
Saturday.
The 7th.
Correct.
Now, did you have the opportunity to speak with the defendant again on January 7th?
I did.
Approximately what time?
2 p.m.
And where did this conversation take place?
His residence again.
And who was at the residence when you had this conversation with him?
His attorney.
And do you know her name?
Attorney Tracy Minor.
In addition to yourself, the defendant, and Attorney Minor, was anyone else there for the interview?
Yes.
Star Shannon's comment.
Who else was there?
Answered
Trooper
later.
Chico and Trooper Proctor.
Mandy, if
Now,
you care.
did you have the opportunity to hear the recording of that interview?
Babe,
Yes.
you.
And does it fairly and accurately
babe?
depict the interview
Star,
that occurred
did
that
you
day on
put that
January 7th?
comment up? Well, now I'll just answer it. I was
Yeah.
I was saying star it so it goes into the super chats, and I would comment on it afterwards. But I don't think exigent circumstances such as time is of the essence. We have to find this missing person. Search the kids, the search history on the iPad. I don't know. I'd have to think about it, but I haven't seen that.
Well, I mean, the problem for them is they came in initially under the premise that they were, using this community caretaking, like that they were.
Well,
they
right.
weren't-
That's why she's saying, well, could you argue exigent circumstances to find a missing person? And this is that's not what exigent circumstances is
Yeah,
for.
exigent
Like,
circumstances are when they're chasing somebody in the
you
in the
hear
middle
screaming
of a crime.
inside.
Yeah,
Right.
like those are different.
Or you're about if I would have knocked on the door, they would have dumped the drugs down the toilet. But something's happening right here, right now.
Or say somebody shot somebody and they're running down the street and they happen to like bust through somebody's like front door and they're running through that house. They can run in there and follow them and say that person holes up in there. I mean, that's what exigent circumstances are. Babe, I got to go grab Scout.
Yeah. See how? No, I'll do it. I'll do it.
Okay.
Okay.
You got to go now though.
Leaving now.
Okay.
All right.
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to review the transcript?
Yes.
And does the transcript fairly reflect the audio recording?
It does.
Is there anything missing?
There's certain discernible parts, and at one point in time, a dog barking in the background that's not in the transcript.
And Your Honor, the Commonwealth would be seeking to mark those as exhibits, which is already in the binder, but for the record, those are chapters 7 and 8, Your Honor. 7 would be the audio file, 8 would be the transcript, and there's a drive in the binder that has all 4 audio files, Your Honor.
Is that this?
Yes, Your Honor.
You said that was just exhibits or is marked as tab 7 and 8. And so what's on here is 7, 8, and the previously identified, what was it, 1, 2?
So the audio, the drive would have exhibit 2, for the January 4th interview, exhibit 5, which would be the January 5th interview, and at this point in time, exhibit 7, the January 7th interview.
Okay. And just I listened to the interviews that were on the drive that you gave. Are those the same that I listened to?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thanks. Any objection to 7 and 8?
No, Your Honor.
All right, great, thanks.
Sergeant, I'd like to ask some questions about this interview now. Are you familiar with what Viber is?
Yes.
What is Viber?
Communication app,
And what is WhatsApp?
also a communications app.
What did the defendant say that Ms. Walsh had as far as access to Viber and WhatsApp?
She would use those apps.
And are you familiar with Instagram?
Yes.
And what is Instagram?
Social media platform.
And what access did the defendant say that Ms. Walsh had to Instagram?
She would use them.
I imagine Facebook is something similar to Instagram.
Yes.
And what access did he say she had to Facebook?
She would use Facebook.
What access did the defendant have to Ms. Walsh's passwords when you were talking to him?
They shared some financial passwords.
And what access did she have to, well, first off, what is Venmo?
Venmo's an app that you can transfer money to and from.
And what access did she say that she had to Venmo?
She has Venmo.
Now, in addition to these applications, what did he tell you as far as financial institutions she would use?
They would use Apple Credit Union, Liberty Bay, Fidelity, Chase, and a JetBlue credit card.
And how would she conduct her finances?
Online banking.
During the interview, at any point in time, did attorney minor interrupt the defendant?
Yes.
And what did she say when she interrupted him?
Don't talk about our communications.
Now, did the defendant tell you how he would obtain permission to leave the home when dealing with federal authorities?
Through email.
And what would he do as far as contacting them via email? What would he ask?
There was a scheduled time, and requests need to be made 72 hours out. And if there's an emergency request would have to be through email.
And did he say anything as far as your ability to review those emails?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said we could review those emails.
And what did attorney minor say at this point in time?
We could review those emails.
Now, what did the defendant tell you as far as his whereabouts on January 1st, 2023?
He was home.
And did he leave the home at any time?
Yes.
Where did he go?
He went to Shaw's to get orange juice and milk.
And once he went to Shaw's and got those items, where did he go?
He returned home.
Did he leave the home again on January 1st?
Yes.
Where did he say he went?
To visit his mother at 330 Paradise Road in Swampscott.
Did he say what happened on his way to Swampscott?
He got lost.
In addition to going to visit his mother, did he go to anywhere else in that area?
Yes, he went to.
Who the fuck gets lost going to their mom's house? Like, seriously. I mean, I'm completely dependent on GPS these days, like ridiculously so. For instance, I was in Allen County for one of Richard Allen's court cases, and Crazy Gull wouldn't let us bring any kind of phones into any kind of electronic devices into the courtroom. So I left my phone in the hotel room, and I'm like trying to remember landmarks walking, because my hotel was probably about 3-4 blocks away from the courthouse. And like, by the time I walked out of court and I was by myself, I had no fucking idea where I was at. I didn't remember any of the landmarks. And it turned into what was supposed to be a 4-block walk into like 3 miles. I went the wrong way like 3 different times. I couldn't remember any of the street names. So I get it, but to your mom's house? Come on, man. Come on.
Whole Foods and CVS.
And besides those stores, did he tell you any other locations he went to in the first?
There was discussion of possibly going to Walgreens.
Now, what did he tell you as far as where he went on January 2nd?
To Norwell to get ice cream with his son.
And during this interview, did anyone ask him about the name Richard Walker?
Yes.
Who asked about Richard Walker?
Trooper DeChico.
And did he know Richard Walker?
No.
What was the significance to you at this point in time of the name Richard Walker?
I had received an email with a ransom request from an email address with the name Richard Walker.
Dick Walker.
And when had you received this email in relation to the interview that you were conducting with the defendant at this point in time on January 7th?
Before.
Dude was probably drinking like a Tom Collins with 1 cube of Johnny Walker. He's like, what fake name can I come up with? Dick Walker. Yeah, that's it. Richard Walker. That's good. I mean, come on, man. This guy.
You're on main approach?
Yes.
Sergeant, I'm showing you a copy of a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
Is that the email you received?
Good job, little
with
man.
the name Richard Walker attached to it?
it is.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit. It's in the binder, Your Honor, and before I try and admit it twice, it's
That
Exhibit
helped.
9.
Thank you. Any objection?
No objection. Did you read the body of the email?
We have the so named Ana Walshe with us here. We had a deal worth $127,000. She messed up. We have her here with us, and if she doesn't pay the money, then she'll never be back. And we know that the police and the FBI are involved. Good luck finding us.
I'm going to have that back. Besides
Fine
Trooper
job.
Chico mentioning that name once, was there any further discussion of Richard Walker or the substance or even the substance of the email?
No,
Now, what did the defendant tell you as far as Mrs. Walsh's use of Uber or Lyft
that she would use them Uber 1 and Lyft 2.
as her preferences?
Yes,
While you were conducting the interview, did anyone arrive?
yes.
Who arrived?
Abdullah.
And what happened once that gentleman arrived?
Attorney Minor advised Mr. Walshe to get him to leave.
And what did Mr. Walsh do?
He went to the door and got him to leave.
And was the defendant ever asked how Ana Walshe would communicate if she lost her cell phone?
Yes,
What did he say?
he didn't know at first.
And then did anyone ask him about using an iPad?
Yes,
And what did he say if Ana had lost her phone, how she would communicate using an iPad?
he said that's right. She would use an iPad.
Now, what did the defendant tell you as far as how Ana would communicate with JetBlue?
He related they wouldn't have good luck calling, so she would use the chat function on the online website.
And did Attorney Minor have any comments at this point in time about contacting JetBlue via the online chat function?
Yes, she said that she uses JetBlue and uses the online website chat feature.
And did the defendant have any?
Okay. What is the point of a GPS ankle monitor if it doesn't have GPS? What the fuck? That doesn't make any sense. Like, they have to be able to track it. Are you saying they just programmed it because he was on like home detention? So they just made parameters like around his property, but the device itself can't be tracked? That's insane.
Questions for you at this point in time accessing this information?
Yes, he asked if we had reviewed the JetBlue chatter.
Now, was there ever a discussion of Ana Walshe making a brunch reservation for January 1st?
Yes,
And the defendant didn't have any knowledge of a brunch reservation at this point in time, correct?
yes.
But did he say how she would have made that reservation if she was going to?
Through the apps Resi or OpenTable.
Me too. Me too, Fern's mom.
Now, how long was this interview?
About 2 hours.
And after that interview was over, what did you do?
We checked the area for security footage to try and corroborate any vehicles coming or going.
And so how do you do that?
Neighborhood canvas.
Now, were you ever informed about the contents of any of the digital devices on January 7th, that's Saturday?
Yes,
About what time were you informed?
6:30 p.m.
And how were you informed?
Phone call.
From who?
One of the CPAC troopers.
Do you remember which one at this point in time?
No.
And what were you notified of?
There was suspicious browser history.
Now, this is January 7th. And now I want to ask you some questions about January 8th.
Okay.
On the morning of January 8th, did you have the opportunity to be present when a search warrant was executed in Cohasset?
Yes,
Where was it executed?
the residence.
516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
Correct.
And who was executing the search warrant?
The CPAC unit with conjunction with Cohasset Police.
And who was home at the residence when the search warrant was executed?
Mr. Walsh, the 3 children, and his mother.
Now, when the warrant was executed, did anyone arrive to assist Mr. Walsh after the warrant was first served?
Attorney Minor.
About how long did it take for her to arrive?
15 minutes.
And once Attorney Minor arrived, what was done with the family and Mr. Walsh?
We moved car seats around so they could leave the premises with Attorney Minor.
And did you ever have the opportunity to participate in a 4th interview of the defendant on that day, Sunday, January 8th?
Yes.
And where did that occur?
Attorney Minor's residence in Scituate.
And about what time did that occur?
About 11 a.m.
I am unaware of how to move the captions. If anybody knows of a way to do that, what? Oh, never mind. I figured it out. Look at that. Wow. Can you guys see it? Should I put it here? You guys like it right over his face? Where's it the least annoying? I can't move it. There, I can move it there. Okay, because I like to throw chats up, especially if I'm answering a question. Is that super annoying, y'all? Let's see if it covers his face.
And who was present for that interview?
Myself, Trooper Chico, Trooper Proctor, Attorney Minor, and Mr. Walsh.
And
Michael Walsh had a pending federal case. It was like an art fraud case. So he was on home monitoring on a Fed case. That's why he was on a monitor.
During the interview, what was discussed?
The browser search history.
And what did the defendant say he would do with the iPad as far as helping the children?
He would put on spooky movies for him.
And did he say he did anything else with the iPad?
No.
How long did this interview go on for?
Just over 10 minutes.
Who stopped the interview?
Attorney Minor.
And once the interview was terminated by Attorney Minor, what did you do?
I shut off the recorder and we left.
And did you ever have the opportunity to see Mr. Walsh again that day?
Yes.
About what time?
4 p.m.
And where did you see him?
Attorney Minor's residence.
And what were you doing at Attorney Minor's residence at 4 p.m. on January 8th, Sunday?
I placed him in custody.
And where was he taken to once he was placed into custody?
Cohasset Police Headquarters.
He was booked there?
He was.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to go over a couple things that I may have missed. On January 4th, which was Wednesday, the first day you met Mr. Walsh, what did he say to you about looking at anything on his phone?
We could look at anything if it would help.
And on the 5th, actually, I'll ask this in the 4th. Did he ever tell you what access Ana had of his phone on January 4th?
On the 4th, he said that Ana would use his device, or excuse me, would use his phone, and that she would send photos from his phone to herself if she liked them.
And on the 5th, what did he say as far as Ana's access to his phone? When now you're with the Trooper Chico on the second day.
Is there a transcript portion that would refresh my memory?
You're saying your memory is exhausted at this point in time?
It is.
All right. I think that we can, I'll come back to it and find that portion of the transcript. I'm going to ask you a couple other questions in the meantime. On the 5th, how did you get the Volvo open?
He provided the keys to us.
And what was the difference in the Volvo from the 4th to the 5th?
The plastic sheeting in the trunk was not there.
When you arranged the interview for when you arranged interviews with the defendant, how would you do it? Would you call him? Would you just show up? What was your process?
Both occurred.
And who was the person that canceled the forensic interview of the children on January 6th?
Mr. Walsh.
Are you aware of what time Mr. Walsh's devices were returned to him on January 7th?
Would have been around the time of the interview,
Before it began?
before it began.
And did he describe for you on that Saturday, January 7th interview of what happened as far as getting lost that day going to his mother's residence?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
He said he did not have his cell phone with him, so he took the wrong route.
And what did he say as far as the location of his cell phone from January 1 into January 2?
His children had moved it. He didn't know where it was.
And, sir, concerning the fourth interview that you had with the defendant on January 8th, was that recorded?
Yes.
And did you have the opportunity to review that recording?
Yes,
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that interview?
it is.
And was there a transcript created of that interview?
Yes,
And does it fairly reflect that audio recording?
it does.
And, Your Honor, so I would be moving to enter in as the exhibits 11 and 12 in the binder as the audio file and the transcript for the January 8th interview.
Any objection to that? Okay, then.
And one moment, Your Honor.
Certainly.
As far as the location of where people were seated on the January 4th and the January 5th interview, so we're talking about those first two, was there any difference as far as how, like, where people were?
I was seated in a chair for the first one. I think I was on the bench. I was on the bench for the second one.
But everyone was around the dining room table
Correct.
and everyone was seated?
Yes.
And one more moment, Your Honor. Oh, and apparently I've neglected to enter in one of the transcripts, Your Honor. I apologize. And the audio. So exhibit 5 and 6, according to the binder. So I'm going to just ask the officer this for the record. Have you had the opportunity to review the audio from the January 5th, 2023 interview?
Yes,
And does it fairly and accurately reflect that interview?
it does.
And that transcript, have you seen that of that interview?
Yes,
And does it accurately reflect the audio of that interview?
it does.
And as far as any problem, is there anything missing in the transcript compared to the audio?
For the fifth,
Yes, sir.
there was background noise. You could hear you could hear Mr. Walsh's mother speaking in the background, and Sergeant Buhkenik.
I just want to make sure we don't have a glitch here.
Yes, I appreciate that, Your Honor. I think I've
Number.
fouled things up.
So I see in the binder that the has now been marked. Exhibit 4 is the transcript of the interview. What's marked as Exhibit 4 in this binder is the transcript of the interview of 1/7/23, and what's marked as Exhibit 5 is the transcript.
And I think that the reason for that, Your Honor, is that the audio files,
Something's not right here.
yes, I think the audio files take us out of order.
Well, I just want to make sure, I mean, we're talking about Exhibit 5 and 6, and I happen to have the binder open, and so
Yeah.
6 is now the email from Mr. Walker,
Yes.
or Richard.
We have a hot judge alert. That's what Allie would look like up there as a judge. Hot judge alert. Hot judge alert.
Walker. So just want to make sure that I have the numbers appropriately, both in terms of what you're putting into evidence. We
And I
can clean
think
up the binder later, that's fine.
Yes. And I think I know what happened, Your Honor. It's that I put them in an order that included the audio files, but the audio files aren't like a hard exhibit to label in the binder.
So
So it's skipping over numbers as a result of the audio files.
so
I can work with counsel and clean it up.
that'll be good.
And so with that, though, I do believe at this point in time, thanks to co-counsel, that I've marked the transcripts and the audio files of the 4 interviews.
Okay.
So I do believe that they're in evidence.
And there's no objection to any of those 4 interviews, the audio tape and the transcript.
There's not.
Thank you.
So I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Were you present on January 6th of 2023 when devices were retrieved from Mr. Walsh?
No,
Were you present on January 7th of 2023 when the devices were returned to Mr. Walsh?
yes,
When you talked on direct examination about this plastic sheet that was in the rear of the Volvo SUV, you were just asked a question a moment ago about how when you looked at the Volvo a second time on another day, the plastic sheet was missing.
Correct.
It's fair to say, and it's accurate to say, isn't it, that at that moment, Mr. Walshe was asked about the missing plastic sheet, and he pointed to the officers and said, it's in the trash.
Yes.
Did you go and retrieve the plastic sheet in the trash?
No.
Jesus. They didn't even collect the sheet. Somebody collected the sheet, right?
You've described, based on your review of the taped interviews that you were present for, that the taped interviews are an accurate representation of what happened, and the transcript is an accurate representation of what was stated during those interviews, correct?
Yes.
And you said repeatedly that there was background noise, correct?
Correct.
And the background noise included a dog barking, correct?
Yes.
And that dog's name is Luna?
Hans.
And it's the name of the
Dog's name is Hans?
Dog's name is Hans.
Okay.
Hans. The dog, when you listen to those taped recordings, you can hear that barking go on and off during different periods of time during the recording, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, when you listen to those recordings, you can hear other people talking in the background at times. Can't you?
Yes.
And it's fair to say then that during these interviews that you testified to under direct examination, there were times when it was hard to even hear what was going on, correct?
Can you repeat that, please?
There were times during these interviews that you testified to on direct examination, and let's focus on the interview of January 5th and the interview of January 7th. There were times when it was even hard to hear everything that was going on.
Yes.
It's also accurate, isn't it, that when you began asking Mr. Walshe questions on January 5th, there is a statement that is made that people are very loud, made in the context of all this background noise.
I'm sorry. I don't understand. Was that a question?
You said you reviewed the transcript, right?
I do. I just don't understand the question.
That, in fact, in the transcript, there's a specific reference to people being very loud.
I don't recall.
And as I'm looking for that, I'll just keep asking you questions until I find it. Page 19. Mr. Walshe told you that he was having a hard time sleeping, correct?
Yes.
He said he was having a hard time thinking, correct?
Yes.
He told you that, this is on January 5th, he told you, I didn't sleep well last night.
Yes.
He told you, hopefully he tried to get some sleep that night, January 5th.
I don't recall that portion.
All right. And at one point, and now your rank now is what?
Sergeant.
So start to call you detective. Sergeant Schmidt. At one point at the beginning of this interview, you in fact stated that you were getting distracted.
Which interview? I'm sorry.
January 5th. January 5th.
Yes.
And that distraction, once again, was the result of all this background noise and the dog barking and things like that.
Yes.
I want to jump to this email that was introduced into evidence regarding Richard Walker. When did you first come into possession of that email?
It was sent to me with the timestamp on the email. I believe it was early morning hours of the 7th.
Okay. You knew nothing about Richard Walker and this email before you received it?
Correct.
And once you received it, did you conduct some kind of investigation?
I notified my supervisors that I had received it.
When you refer during this testimony regarding this motion, when you refer to supervisors, are you referring to Cohasset Police Department supervisors? Are you referring to Mass State Police?
Cohasset Police Supervisor.
Okay, and who would that be?
Detective Lieutenant Lopes.
Lopes.
Yes,
So Detective Lieutenant Lopes was your supervisor.
correct.
So did you talk to Mr. Walsh on January 5th and ask him questions then about this Richard Walker email? And I gather the answer is no, correct?
What was
On
the date?
January 5th,
What was the date?
January 5th.
Okay.
Not on the 5th.
And you first asked him questions on January 7th, correct?
Trooper DeChico did.
Okay, were you present?
I was.
And did you ask to look at his phone to see if he had any text messages or anything from Richard Walker?
Not specific to Richard Walker.
Okay. And that was the end of that conversation, basically, on January 7th regarding Richard Walker.
Yes.
You testified on direct examination that during the January 5th interview, at some point, Trooper Chico asked if he could look at the contents of Mr. Walsh's phone.
Yes.
When he made that request, he being Trooper DeChico, he didn't make any other request at that time to look at any iPad, correct?
Correct.
And he didn't make any type of request to look at anything like a MacBook or anything of that sort, correct?
Correct.
And when you testified on direct examination that Trooper DeChico said our words to the effect of we don't want to download the entire contents. You were talking about the entire contents of the cell phone?
Correct.
It was explained to Mr. Walsh, though, at that point, wasn't it, that what you were looking for, and when I say you, I'm talking about you and Trooper DeChico and people who were involved in this January 5th interview. You specifically told Mr. Walsh at that time that you wanted to look at information to try to understand Ana.
Yes.
And you specifically said in that same sentence, and when I apologize, Trooper DeChico specifically said, look through your phone and consent to us downloading your phone and seeing some of the communications between you and her, correct?
Correct.
And her meaning Ana Walshe.
Yes.
And then you referred to on direct examination to the use of tone. The Trooper DeChico said something about her tone, correct?
Yes.
Now, Sergeant Schmidt, fair to say, isn't it, that when Mr. Walsh is being told we want to look at the tone, I mean, what that references, isn't it, is to see if whatever communications you might find on the phone, if they were communications that showed some anger, or some happiness, or some argument, or something like that, correct?
Correct.
And so you wanted to see if the communications that you were talking to Mr. Walsh about at that moment, if they indicated something like any arguing going on between the two, or in fact the opposite. If the communications that they were talking to Mr. Walsh about were affectionate and showed no signs of argument. That's fair to say, isn't it?
Yes.
And Trooper DeChico then went further and said, yeah, we want to look at things like if there are things that were sent and received on your phone, correct?
Yes.
Sent and received, and that is in the context of communications. Isn't it?
Yes.
Now, then this request of Mr. Walsh goes on, and Trooper DeChico then says, or asks Mr. Walsh, it'd be helpful if we can create a permanent timeline of the events of the 1st, the 31st, and the 1st, and maybe get a better insight into Ana, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Walsh was asked, are you okay with that, correct?
I don't explicitly remember that part.
Do you remember Mr. Walsh saying anything of the sort, like, just to be clear, you want to download everything on my phone?
Yes.
So it's fair to say that the first time Trooper DeChico mentioned downloading all the contents of the phone. Mr. Walshe began to ask questions about all the content. It's fair to say that, isn't it?
Correct.
At no time in this exchange that we just discussed in this cross-examination, this exchange that occurred on January 5th, when the subject was first brought up to look through Mr. Walsh's phone, there was no conversation or request to look at anything like location data, was there?
No.
You never said, and Trooper DeChico never asked if he could look at the phone contents for anything like search history or anything of the sort, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the only subject matter, the only characterization of the subject matter that Trooper DeChico talked about and asked Mr. Walshe about used the word communications, correct?
I think I have to refer to the transcript to make a definitive agreement with that.
Right? By the way, Judge, if I may, I apologize. I'd like to inquire if Trooper DeChico is in fact going to testify. I thought we were told he was, but I know today we weren't.
Well, we'll get to the,
I don't intend to call. Then it's fair to say, isn't it, that when Mr. Walshe asked about the entire contents, he was told by Trooper DeChico that we will download, with the extraction, we'll download all the contents to your phone, yes, right?
Yes.
Trooper DeChico never stated that they were going to review or analyze or look at the entire contents of his phone, did he?
Correct.
And then Mr. Walshe said something to the effect of, that's a lot.
Yes.
And then it's fair to say, isn't it, that you said something to the effect of, well, what we're focusing on is, well, we're interested in, yes, it downloads everything. This is you talking. But what we're interested in is locating Ana and finding the information specifically in there that would help us do that. The Ana specific content, correct?
Yes.
And in that statement you made to Mr. Walshe, you never said anything, you, Sergeant Schmidt, you never said anything about looking at search history or location data or anything of the sort, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Walshe then once again said something to the effect of, well, that's a huge amount of data.
Yes.
He was asked about what his concern was, correct?
Yes.
And he actually first responded, I don't know. Correct?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall him being asked, right? Do you recall him being asked during this particular part of the January 5th, 2023 interview that he was asked, well, are there other legal issues? If you remember that. And if you don't, it's fine.
Trooper DeChico did say that.
He asked him that.
He asked if it was the other legal issues.
And do you recall what Mr. Walshe responded?
In the affirmative.
He said that's one of them, correct? And if you don't remember, I don't want to put words in your mouth. If you don't remember, that's fine.
Correct. Yeah. Excuse me. I don't remember that exact exchange.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
yes,
Page 40, line 15. Just going to show you line starting with line 13.
13.
it's the page number, Counsel.
Yes, page number
41.
I was just about to say that. The majority of the boxes.
I'm still reading, sorry.
Having read that, does that refresh your memory?
It does.
And it refreshes your memory that at some point, Trooper DeChico said, in fact, is it your other legal issues? And Mr. Walshe said, that's one of them.
Yes.
And in fact, while Mr. Walshe said, I'm willing to do anything, that his only request was basically to talk, he wanted to first talk to Tracy Minor, correct?
Correct.
Was that the first time, Sergeant Schmidt, that you became aware of the fact that Mr. Walshe was represented by counsel?
No.
When did you first learn that he was represented by counsel?
The interview on the 4th.
Were you provided contact information on January 4th of 2023 of Mr. Walsh's attorney?
No.
Did you ask for it?
No.
Did you learn about Mr. Walshe being represented by counsel through Mr. Walshe or some other source?
Mr. Walshe.
So when you learned that he was represented by counsel, Sergeant, did you pause and consider reaching out to his counsel instead of continuing to ask him questions?
At what point in time?
On January 4th, when you said you first learned about him being represented by Tracy Minor?
No.
But on January 5th, when he told you his only request would be because Tracy Minor called me today about what's going on, you asked him, who is that?
Correct.
And that was on January 5th.
Correct.
So even though you asked Mr. Walshe on January 5th, who is that, when he used the name Tracy Minor, you're telling us today that you learned about Tracy Minor representing Mr. Walshe on January 4th.
No. If I may explain.
Sure.
Mr. Walshe related that he had an attorney on the 4th. However, she was not named. I learned about the name on the 5th during that second interview.
Okay. But you did learn that he was represented by counsel on the 4th, is what your testimony is here today, then.
Yes.
Is that exchange, when you learned about Mr. Walshe being represented by counsel on January 4th, is that contained in the January 4th interview?
I don't recall.
Well, were there conversations other than with Patrol Officer Lawrence with Mr. Walshe on January 4th that contain statements that don't appear in the interview transcript or in any of the reports?
Yes.
And have you ever been asked to reduce to writing statements of Mr. Walshe that otherwise don't appear in your reports or Lawrence's reports or in the January 4th transcript of your conversations with him?
No.
What other statements can you tell this court about that Mr. Walshe made to you on January 4th that did not find their way into any report or into any transcript?
There's conversations about the house and rental property when we did the walkthroughs of the premises.
All right. Anything else that you recall?
Not at the moment.
All right. It's fair to say then that you remember of any other statements that do not appear in reports or in the transcript. Those were not statements that included Mr. Walshe saying, you know, you can look at the entire contents of my phone, you can look at anything you want, or words to that effect, correct?
Correct.
By the way, Sergeant Schmidt, did you ever have any conversations with a district attorney named Lynn Beelan about this case?
I don't recall any.
All right. Do you know who Assistant District Attorney Lynn Beelan was or is?
Yes.
Had you interacted with her in other Norfolk County cases?
No.
So your conversations with Assistant District Attorney Beelan would be limited to this particular case or this investigation?
I don't recall any communications with her.
Okay, how about conversations?
Related to this case, no.
So I guess it's fair to say that you never had any conversations with Assistant District Attorney Lynn Beelan regarding any agreement to search any devices, correct?
Correct.
Now, Mr. Walshe made it very clear to you during this question and answer during the interview on January 5th that he wanted to talk and needed to talk to his attorney, Tracy Minor, correct?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And he made it very clear that he had to talk to his attorney, Tracy Minor, before he agreed to anything about turning over his phone, correct?
Correct.
And once again, that discussion, when I just limited it to his phone, his iPhone, this discussion about talking to Tracy Martin didn't include any reference to searching any iPad or iPads or MacBooks, correct?
Not that he discussed with me.
So I'll return to the subject matter, but what I want to ask you, Sergeant Schmidt, is this. When you were there present with Trooper Natico and you're interviewing Mr. Walshe on January 5th, and now you've already interviewed him earlier in the day before in the evening, as a police officer with training and experience, you would in fact be interested in looking at communications between Mr. Walshe and the missing spouse, correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say, isn't it, that you'd also be interested in seeing, if you could, any communications that Mr. Walshe attempted to have with Ana Walshe after January 1st, correct?
Yes.
And you would be interested in looking for any communications of Ana Walshe attempting to contact her husband, Mr. Walshe, after January 1st, wouldn't you?
Yes.
And you would be interested, wouldn't you, in looking at communications that Mr. Walshe made to anyone after January 1st regarding the whereabouts of his wife, correct?
Can you just describe that one more time? I'm sorry.
You would be interested in looking at communications of Mr. Walshe trying to talk to others and inquire about the whereabouts of his wife, Ana Walshe.
Yes.
And in fact, Mr. Walshe told you, didn't he, that he had first reached out to Ana Walshe and tried to text her when his phone was found, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you were asked questions on direct examination about this phone, his phone being lost, you are aware of the fact, aren't you, that the phone was found by one of his young children, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, it was found after this nanny, I think you referred to her as Robin.
Daddy, here's your murder phone. Here's your murder phone, Daddy.
Robin.
After she had searched trash barrels and things looking for that phone, correct?
Yes.
And one of the reasons they were looking in trash barrels is because that had happened before, correct?
Correct.
The kids or one or more of
I hope so,
Walshe's
Rex.
children have taken his phone or Anna's phone and put it in a trash can and hid it, correct?
Correct.
So getting back to your experience as a police officer and an investigator, it's fair to say, isn't it, that there would be interest in looking at communications from Mr. Walshe, not just on December 31st of 2022 and January 1st of 2023.
Yeah, I imagine this will be the presiding judge for the entire case. Mr. Fixit. Mr. Fixit had asked if this judge will be presiding over the case. I imagine so. I'm here for it. She's, like Allie pointed out, she is paying attention, which is a bonus. You definitely like judges that are paying attention during motion hearings because, there are judges out there that tend to drift off a bit. See them writing other shit that isn't related to what we're doing. They're just not fully attentive, which is super irritating when you're trying to argue a motion that they should really be listening to. So she's on top of her shit. I think that it's abundantly clear that she realized from the strength of the written document, the motion in and of itself, that she was going to have to really pay attention here if she was going to be able to cull some probable cause that existed prior to them doing what seems to me to be an illegal search. Because, like I said, no judge on the planet wants to walk this guy. And believe me, if this thing is granted, this dude walks. I mean, because I don't know what else is left. And again, you're not blaming the lawyer. You don't blame the defense attorney for that. You blame the cops for violating someone's constitutional rights. That's how this works. You get pissed off at the cops for not doing the job right, for breaking the law. Just go get the fucking warrant.
But communications that went and extended past the first, possibly the second, correct?
Yes.
Ooh,
Now,
little miss. It's my biggest pet peeve. My biggest pet peeve. If you go back into our early days, you know, especially if you listen to Gacy and Garcia, it's not a technicality, it's the Constitution. It's a real pet peeve when people say, oh, he got off on a technicality. No, he got off because the cops violated his constitutional rights. And again, that's done for all of us. They have to get filed so the cops don't start violating all of our constitutional rights. They don't start kicking our doors in, pulling us over, searching our cars willy-nilly just because they want to. That's why we file these things. These things have to have teeth. And it's the most extreme remedy to bar incredibly powerful evidence. Because typically when we're filing a motion seeking to suppress evidence, we're seeking to suppress the most damaging evidence. And if the most damaging evidence is barred, the state can't bring a case. It's that simple. So, you know, judges are going to do everything in their power, especially in a case like this, to not grant the motion. That's why this judge is super attentive. Like Ali pointed out, she's asking a lot of questions. She's following up with her own questions. When she hears something, she's like, all right, that's something. She's collecting data. She's trying to figure out what level of probable cause existed prior to the illegal search.
returning now to the specifics of the January 5th interview. One of the things that Mr. Walshe told you when you were asking about downloading the contents of his phone was, aside from there was an enormous amount of information and things like that, he said that he needed to talk to Tracy Minor, his attorney, to see if she might say, can we just do the information that you're asking for, correct?
Yes.
And up to this point, when that statement was made by Mr. Walshe, the only subject matter that had been discussed with him, either through you or Trooper DeChico, was communications, correct?
We talked about downloading all the contents of the phone and communications to set the tone.
Right, but I understand that. But once again, just going back to some earlier direct and cross-examination, when the comment was made, yes, we want to download the entire contents of the phone, either you or Trooper DeChico then immediately said, but really all we're looking for is information about Ana Walshe. And once again, you talked about communications, correct?
Yes.
So even if in the context of we want to download the entire contents of your phone, in the same context of that statement, it was made, we're looking for communications, correct?
Yes.
And we're looking for communications and Anna's tone, correct?
Yes.
Now, was there some explanation to Mr. Walshe at this point in the January 5th interview where Trooper DeChico starts telling Mr. Walshe something about your concerns? I think we need a search warrant for that information to be used against you. Do you remember that?
I do.
Now, can you tell the court why that was made at that time when Mr. Walshe was informing both you and Trooper DeChico that he had concerns about having you download all this information?
Objection.
Staying.
Were you trying to convince Mr. Walsh that whatever you found on the phone would not be used against him?
No.
Then what was the purpose of telling him that you would need to have a search warrant?
Objection.
Sustained. He didn't say it. The other guy did.
He didn't say it.
This witness didn't say it. How can he know what the other witness's intention was? Right?
Objection. He didn't say it.
He's hearing it just like everybody else, unless I've got the facts wrong. He's not the speaker. You have to ask the speaker what his intention was.
Okay, let me ask you this. I understand.
That's why I'm sustaining the objection. Next question.
Let me ask you this. Do you know why Trooper DeChico at that moment in time made that comment about search warrants?
No.
Did you ever ask
No.
Trooper DeChico about that?
I did not.
Was it confusing to you?
No.
But you don't know why you asked it?
Correct.
Mr. Walsh did tell you that he used his phone for work, didn't he?
Yes.
And he did tell you words to the effect of he was concerned about how long you might have to have his phone, correct?
Yes.
And then he was informed that, oh, they have a mobile unit, maybe they can come out to your house, correct?
Yes.
And his response to that was great, wasn't it?
Correct.
So it's fair to say that Mr. Walsh was told that since he had concerns about how long they might have his phone, they could actually come out to his house and conduct extraction at his home with a mobile unit, correct?
Correct.
And do you know, Sergeant Schmidt, if in fact they brought a mobile unit out to Mr. Walsh's home on January 6th?
Not to my knowledge.
And then Mr. Walsh tells both you and Trooper DeChico that his only request is to talk to Tracy, his attorney, and to let her know and to give her his risk exposure, right?
Correct.
So it's fair to say that based on what you were hearing Mr. Walsh say, it was clear to you, wasn't it, Sergeant Schmidt, that he was not going to agree to turn over his phone or have it reviewed unless and until he talked to Tracy Minor.
Objection.
I'll let him have that one.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? Just so I have it clear.
Sure. Probably wasn't a very articulate question. That it was clear to you, wasn't it, based on the responses that Mr. Walsh was giving to both you and Trooper DeChico, that he was not going to agree to either turn over his phone or to have you look at the communications without first talking to his attorney, Tracy Minor.
Yes.
At this point in the January 5th interview, is it fair to say that you, Sergeant Schmidt, you begin to interject and say, just so you're aware, if any peace of mind, we don't have a crime.
Yes, I did say that.
And we're not investigating a crime. This is a missing person.
Correct.
Can you tell the court why you, Sergeant Schmidt, made those statements at that time to Mr. Walsh?
It was the truth.
And what was the significance to you of making those statements?
He wasn't the subject of an investigation. We were there as a community caretaking function to assist in finding a missing person.
All right. So once again, Sergeant Smith, let me ask you this. Was that statement that you made to Mr. Walsh at that time, was that an effort to reassure him that what you found, if you found anything on the phone, that it couldn't be used against him without a search warrant? Was that you suggesting that to Mr. Walsh?
No, I wasn't thinking like that during that conversation.
Were you trying to reassure him that whatever you found on the phone, you, Sergeant Schmidt, would not intend to use it against him?
I was trying to tell him exactly why we were there.
Now, so at this point, after it became clear that Mr. Walsh was asking to talk to his attorney, Tracy Minor, before he made any agreements regarding his phone, then the subject matter of the inquiry on January 5th changed. You started asking other questions about relative to your investigation.
Yes.
It's fair to say that during this January 5th interview that you were present for, that you never asked Mr. Walsh anything about search histories or anything of the sort that might be on his phone, correct?
Correct.
And you never asked him anything about what is referred to as location data, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever see? I just have a moment, Judge. We take a cough drop.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Sorry about that. You were asking questions about, I'm going to jump ahead and come back to January 5th, but you were asking questions about the January 7th interview you were present for, correct?
Yes.
Tipton's another good
For the first time,
Massachusetts lawyer.
Mr. Walsh was told, it's important for us to create a timeline for you to avoid suspicion, correct? Words to that effect?
Yes.
That statement about creating a timeline to avoid suspicion being placed on Mr. Walsh, that was first made on January 7th, correct?
Yes.
And that was the evening of January 7th, correct?
The interview?
Yes.
No.
Okay. It was, what time was the January 7th interview?
About 2 p.m.
Okay. Afternoon.
Afternoon.
And it went on for quite some time.
About 2 hours.
And up to that point, on January 5th, it was never suggested that you needed to establish some kind of timeline to avoid suspicion, was it? That subject matter never came up on January 5th.
Correct.
It never came up on January 4th, correct?
Correct.
And when that suggestion was first made to Mr. Walsh on January 7th, the devices had already been turned over, correct?
This is the 7th?
Yes.
Yes.
And in fact, when that statement was made to Mr. Walsh on January 7th, the devices had actually already been returned to Mr. Walsh, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, when that statement was made to Mr. Walsh on January 7th, what's been referred to as an agreement as to what could be searched on the devices that had already been reached, correct?
To my understanding.
Okay, because when you say to my understanding, it's because you weren't involved in those quote negotiations, were you?
Correct.
Did you ever see an email exchange between Assistant District Attorney Lynn Beelan and Attorney Tracy Minor?
Not at the time.
Not at the time.
Not at the time. I may have seen it since, but not at the time.
Okay, at the time, when you say not at the time, we're talking about up to at least January 7th of 2023.
Correct.
And so it's fair to say that, is it fair to say, Sergeant, that on January 7th, when that was made, that comment about coming up with a timeline to avoid suspicion, you had no idea if that subject matter was included in the so-called agreement, correct?
Correct.
All you know is that that subject matter of coming up with a timeline to avoid suspicion was first made and broached on January 7th, 2023.
Yes.
Did you have any conversation on January 5th of 2023 about one of the children's iPads being broken or not working correct?
On the 5th. I don't recall.
Were you present at the house Mr. Walsh's house on January 6th of 2023?
At the moment, I don't recall specifically being there Friday the 6th.
You do or do not?
I do not.
You, it's fair to say you didn't write any report about being present on January 6th, correct? Being present on January 6th.
Yeah.
I don't recall writing a report about being present on January 6th, the 5th. Excuse me, Friday the 6th.
You didn't write a report.
I don't remember writing a report about that.
So is it fair to say that you weren't involved in all the searches that were going on January 6th at Mr. Walsh's home?
I was.
Move on.
Oh, I see. So,
Can't
so
make
do you
me.
now remember being present on January 6th?
I was involved in the searching at the command post down the street.
Okay, but not at the home.
Correct.
Okay. Fine.
Dang it, Bobby.
Yeah, we should stick up a banner.
Let me ask you this, Sergeant Schmidt. How long have you been a detective with Cohasset Police Department?
Indeed, she is.
Up to
Missed you,
January
babe.
2023.
Thanks, babe. Did you tell
About 8
everybody I
years.
got pulled over?
I
And
did
it's fair to
not.
say in those 8 years, you might engage in to try to
Did
perhaps
not.
get someone's consent to turn over a
Got
device.
a verbal warning.
Yes.
60 and a
And
40.
sometimes those devices might include a cell phone or search of a car or anything like that.
61 and a 40.
Correct.
62.
Is it fair to
maybe.
say that Cohasset Police Department has a form
said
that
you were
might be
really
entitled
cooking.
consent to search or anything like that?
Yes.
Some of you are trying to
And
get
the
back
reason
to our
for using
live.
a form like that, consent to search, is to make sure that there is a record evidence that the person you're asking for consent from, that they give their consent voluntarily.
Yes.
And you have a document that reflects that, correct?
Correct.
And in that document of consent to search, it'd be fair to say that you would also include what the parameters of the search is going to be, correct?
Yes.
And you do that because you don't want there to be any confusion down the road about what the person agreed to and what the person didn't agree to, correct?
Correct.
And one of the reasons you don't want that problem to arise is because you don't want your investigation, in whatever case those are, you don't want your investigation to be compromised and questioned whether that person actually gave their voluntary consent, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever seen in this case whether there was ever a consent to search any device used by either yourself, Cohasset Police Department, or the Mass State Police?
You asking about a form?
Yeah.
I did not see a
Yeah,
form.
a written consent.
Have you ever worked with the Mass State Police in conjunction with any other case where you've seen them use a consent to search form?
I don't recall a specific investigation.
And specific to this case, though, in the consent to search, it's fair to say you didn't have any conversations with Attorney Tracy Minor. I don't know why I keep saying the name wrong. Tracy Minor, regarding
After this, I'll
Mr.
tell
Walsh
you guys
consenting
what I
to-
did.
Correct.
They're like, I'm going to need you to be ridiculously honest. We're having a problem with cops.
And Trooper DeChico was talking and asking Mr. Walsh questions on January 5th. We all agree that the only subject matter that was referenced specifically was, quote, communications, correct?
Yes.
And when you use that word communication, you are in fact, is it fair to say you're talking about things like text messages?
Yes.
And maybe voicemails,
Yes.
maybe emails?
Yes.
And you're really, when you use that word communication, you're just using it in its common parlance, correct? Communication, discussions between one person and another person are.
Oh, Yuri gets called after this guy. Yuri's coming.
I heard him ask, I should have rewound it. The lawyer say to the judge, is Trooper so-and-so, is that Proctor?
The Chico.
Oh, DeChico. Is he going to testify? And what did she say? You'll find out later, or I don't know, or
Deanne, are there audios? of the hearing? Like the full audio of the hearing?
You
Is
mean
that
of
what
the
you're talking about?
interviews? Do you mean of the interviews?
Oh, of the
What are you talking
interview?
about?
Deanna said, are we going to play the audio?
Well, considering that they're an hour long, maybe we can do them tomorrow. Or,
Yeah, we're not going to do them today.
but we can listen to
We
them.
still have 2.5 hours left of the hearing. We'll probably
Mhm.
break this up till today and tomorrow. But I actually promise this time we'll listen to the second part of the hearing tomorrow, because
You've been modified.
this is fascinating shit and terrifying.
Persons, correct?
I'd say that just the sharing information is communication.
Okay. Between two people.
People.
Not your search history, not your internet searches. We get you. Man, the prosecution better come up with
When you
more.
ask questions
So
on direct
far,
examination
whew, this is
about
horrifying.
someone by the name of Abdullah coming to the house, did you conduct any further investigation of this person named Abdullah?
Yeah, in case anybody, I saw a comment here from Henrik was giving a solid to the crew. This is not trial, y'all. This is a pre-trial motion to suppress. So there's no jury here. It's the judge. She is the finder of fact for this motion. So, but when you get suppression motions that are filed in their evidentiary hearings, you're going to have cops called to the stand. So, and typically, because Allie and I were talking about it today, typically when the defense files the motion, shifts the burden to the state initially.
Well, it depends which type of motion. For this type, where they're challenging the consent, the burden's on the state to prove that there was a valid consent and that they were within the scope of that consent. So that's why they go first, so to say. They start first. They call witnesses first, and the defense gets to cross-examine them.
Travis, we lost in the championship last night against our arch rival. Ugh,
They're a tough team.
You know what? You know what they reminded me of? The original Bad News Bears, the Yankees. That the Bears, like that, they're arch rivals. That's how I felt about that team last night. Like it was like sliding into that crazy parent world where everybody, like the coaches are over there, the umps are yelling at us to control our crowd. It was getting pretty.
I had to go stand on the other side while our team was out in the field because I had the catcher. I overheard the catcher like crying to her mother that she could hear them saying mean things while she was over. So when our field was out on the team, I walked over and I watched from the other side, just waiting for someone to talk some smack and then just have to say, like, these are all children. Can we watch what everyone's saying? But I think they took note that there was, I didn't hear anything when I was over there.
Yeah, it was getting.
But I did hear the ump come over and scream to our coach, "You better control your crowd or you're out."
Yeah, well,
I didn't
no,
hear what happened.
he went right at Alex. Like
I
he
heard.
like as if Alex is the one who said it.
Right. He's like, if you don't control your team people,
No,
then
he
you're
didn't.
gone.
He didn't even put that part in it.
He said your crowd. No, he
No.
did. I heard him. He said it's your crowd. They're your responsibility.
Well, that was the second time. Then.
Oh, I didn't hear the first one.
Yeah, he was
I heard the
hot.
first
It was crazy. It was heated. It was.
I heard they got a new coach.
I'll tell you what,
Bob's
though.
out. Bob's out.
Their head coach was a real douchebag.
All right. That's not right. to
Yeah, no,
say.
he was.
Well, hopefully no one knows who we're talking about.
Oh, I would tell
Further
her
from that moment,
Yes.
Stop.
I did not.
All right, rewind it like one little blip so that he looked like he did not want to say whatever he said.
Further from that moment,
Yes.
One more time. Sorry. We got to get
When
the
you
question.
ask questions on direct examination about someone by the name of Abdullah coming to the house, did you conduct any further investigation of this person named Abdullah?
further from that moment,
Yes.
I did not.
What's he getting at? What's he getting at? They've got this bone
Is it fair to
fragment,
say,
babe. That might be a piece of
Sergeant
evidence.
Schmidt, that in the January 5th interview that you participated in of Mr. Walsh, that the phrase, quote, marital privilege was never used.
I don't recall it being used.
Okay. And is it fair to say, Detective Schmidt, that during the entire interview of January 5th, the only dates that were discussed in your presence during this interview was December 31st, January 1st, and in the days thereafter, words to that effect, correct? Do you recall, Sergeant Schmidt, if anything was referenced in that January 5th interview about looking at data back to December 25th of 2022?
I don't recall that in the interview.
I just have a brief moment.
Why are they talking about spousal privilege?
Thank you.
Pause
Any
it real
redirect?
quick.
A few, Your Honor. What was
And-
done to investigate the Richard Walker email?
The forensic specialists of the state police conducted a search warrant for Google and the records they hold to look into that email address.
And the Richard Walker email, just when did that come to you again?
The morning of the 7th.
And also, sir, when you were asked about Abdullah on cross-examination, did you ever have the opportunity to interview that individual?
Oh, Lord.
I did.
What
When?
big old dog said, babe.
I believe it was the 5th.
What?
And during the interview of January 5th, what difficulty did you have hearing the defendant when you were discussing looking through or downloading his phone?
None.
And in addition to discussing the tone and communications, what was discussed as far as timeline when looking through his phone?
It would help investigators establish a permanent timeline.
And sir, you were asked questions about communications when in digital devices. What do you consider an online chat via web page?
Communication.
What did the defendant tell you as far as? May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
What was Attorney Minor representing the defendant for when you were discussing her initially?
Federal investigation.
And when you were there, what involvement did you have with this federal investigation? You're interviewing the defendant on these times.
None.
And so why were you interviewing the defendant on these days?
To find missing person, Ana Walshe.
What knowledge did you have about the federal investigation when you went to interview him?
Or what he had told me.
One more moment, Your Honor.
What the hell
Yes.
is the federal
Thank you, Rob.
case? I missed it.
He was selling a fake Andy Warhol on eBay.
Oh.
Pled out to it.
On the car,
Got 3
sir,
years.
All right.
when you were asked about, you said it was in the plastic sheet was in the trash. Did you see the plastic sheet?
No.
And what did you notice as far as any difference in the car when you looked at it?
There were like vacuum, what I would assume were vacuum marks. Like if you have the different swipes on the carpet.
In the backseat of the car?
Nothing
No.
wrong.
Trunk?
In the
Any
yeah, the
recross?
trunk area.
Brief. You never used the word in the context of
Hey,
communications.
see how the judge asked
and asking
any
Mr. Walsh
recross
questions,
before the guy just
something
started
about
talking?
Online chat and web page, did you?
I heard it, babe. I heard it.
He didn't just start talking. She turned to him. She said, any recross? Very limited. All right.
Yeah, Robin, I don't know if he's smug as much as he's shitting his pants up there.
I don't know. I look at his, looks like he's got a smug face.
He's just got a jerk face. He looks
He-
like he's got
I
Jay.
am-
Cutler. It's like Jay Cutler just had that jerk face. He always looked like
He
a
does
jerk.
look very unassuming. Like I wouldn't look at him on the street and be like, that's the kind of guy that might just red rum his wife.
Oh, I'm talking about the cop on the stand. I'm not talking about
Oh.
Walsh. Walsh looks like a total fucking douchebag.
Mm-hmm.
That guy. And he
Yeah.
like
can't- his
he's
face
he's
is-
on the jailhouse diet though. Like he's lost some weight since his arrest. That's for certain.
Well,
Yeah, Jay Cutler was a tool. We did
yeah,
not
no,
let
I
him.
kind of do think the cop looks a little nervous, to be perfectly
Oh,
honest.
dude, I mean, they're
think
all sitting
they're
up
like-
there.
I think
No.
they're all like, y'all better mind your, what is it, things and dot.
P's and Q's.
Yeah.
P's and Q's. Yeah. No, I mean, you got to look at like suppression motions for defense lawyers. It's like a review. So like no cop wants to be sitting up there unless they're hundo that they did it all by the book, getting grilled by a defense attorney because it is essentially reviewing their work to see if they violated anybody's constitutional rights. I mean, it's like, it's not a fun position to be in.
Right. And it's an opportunity to get out whatever else you can now, get them on the record for whatever else you can now that might help in the future.
Yep.
During the interview?
Yes.
No.
What is some? You never used the word in the context of communications in asking Mr. Walsh questions. Something about online chat and web page, did you?
During the interview?
Yes.
No.
What do you mean by that?
I don't understand the
You
question.
didn't use
You were
it. How
asked
do
just now on redirect if you consider communications, online chat, and web pages, and your answer was yes.
Yes.
What are you referring to?
how?
You'd be communicating and sharing information between people through an online chat function on a website.
Okay.
Online chat on a website. Okay.
In all the
Those are-
discussions you had with Mr. Walsh based on grounded in January 4th, January 5th, and even on January 7th, there was no discussion about online chats using a particular web page, was there?
No.
Not a particular web page, but the JetBlue specifically.
Yeah.
And you went to JetBlue. Did you go to JetBlue and talk to them about information relative to Ana Walshe?
I did not.
I
Do you
think
know who did?
communications would include chat.
Initially, patrol units had requested the state police assigned to Logan Airport to coordinate with JetBlue to see if there were any travel records.
Isn't it fair to say then that with regards specifically to any web chat, chat on a web page, that the Mass State Police learned that there was nothing communicated between Ana Walshe and JetBlue on or around December 31st, January 1st, or thereafter?
Not that I'm aware of.
That's all I have.
So we're not worried
Right.
about that
The
shit.
witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you
Hey.
state your name and spell your first and last
There
name?
he is.
Yes, sir. My name is Yuri Buhkenik, spelled Yuriy, last of Bukhenik.
Where do you work, sir?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police, currently assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
I'd just like to preface my testimony by telling you that English is my third language. Thank you.
Wait,
You've been with
so
Massachusetts
he was
Police?
I
rehomed. Was
graduated the academy March of
Buchanan
2012.
rehomed? I get confused.
Yeah, he got rehomed.
After this,
Yeah, the guilters are trying to say it was a promotion. Like, okay, schmucks.
And how long have you been attached to the detectives unit? Was the district attorney's office?
10
did
years.
not know they
And
lost.
what is your current rank?
I'm a sergeant.
And how long have you been a sergeant within that unit?
Since December
For
of
me.
2021.
So I'm going to ask some questions now about January 5th of 2023, Thursday. That day, did you have the opportunity to be dispatched to Cohasset?
Yes.
Why were you dispatched to Cohasset?
Cohasset police detectives reached out to our office
How's that
requesting
affected?
assistance in investigating a missing person case.
What was
Pause
the name
real
of the person
quick,
you were searching that you were asked to?
In theory, the defense should be able to talk to get into evidence even at this hearing because it's relevant to the judge's determination of credibility. All of the things that bear on his credibility, that including testifying at a trial that an inverted video was a true and fair and accurate representation of a scene. So we'll see. I mean, I don't know if you've seen this already. It sounds like you did. So
What? No, I did not see this. I just
Oh.
knew he testified.
well, you said you watched, I guess, some of what Melanie did. So I didn't know.
No, I was on a live with Mel. It was Aiden's here. This is Bukaki's career just before he became a cop. He was bitter beer guy face. That's who he is. That's who he is.
I'm not. What's this
What?
joke?
What?
Oh, right now, like he's making that face. Oh yeah,
He looks exactly like that guy.
he is. He does a little bit.
The person's name was Ana Walshe.
About what time did you get to Cohasset PD that day?
It was in the late afternoon. I would say
There,
approximately
see?
4:45 or
Your
so.
head turned.
And did anyone else besides you, that's a member of the State Police Detectives Unit with the Norfolk District Attorney's Office, respond to Cohasset that evening?
Yes,
Who else?
Trooper DeChico.
And once Trooper DeChico and you were at the Cohasset PD, who did you have the opportunity to speak with?
I spoke with Detective Harrison Schmidt of Cohasset PD.
And what was the purpose of this meeting with Detective Schmidt?
He gave us an update on his investigation into the missing person, shared the details of that he's learned since he was involved.
But
you
you're
have
a
the opportunity to review
documented
anything,
liar,
in
correct,
addition
sir?
to having the conversation with Detective Schmidt?
Yes, I was able to review an audio recording of Brian Walsh's interview.
And after having this meeting and reviewing the recording, what did you have the opportunity to do next in your investigation?
After doing the review of the recording and being updated on all the information that Cohasset PD had at the time, myself, Trooper DeChico, Detective Schmidt, Detective Lieutenant Lopes, and Sergeant Hunt proceeded to 516 Chief
his
Justice Cushing Highway.
Hair
in
starts to
Cohasset.
fall out. What's
About
going
what time did all of
on?
you arrive at that address?
He's got like that rogue
I believe it
hair.
was like 6:30 p.m.
And when you arrived, was anyone leaving?
Yes, there was a female party leaving as we came up to the door.
And do you understand what her relationship was to the family?
I do know, yes.
What is it?
She was the babysitter for the 3 juvenile children.
And after seeing this woman leave the residence, did you discover who else was in the residence this time?
Yes.
Who?
Within the residence, we were able to meet with Brian Walshe, his mother, Ana Walshe, and there was 3 juvenile children inside as well.
Now, in that evening, did you have the opportunity to conduct an interview with anyone at the Walsh residence?
Yes, I did.
Who did you initially get the chance to speak with?
Initially, I spoke with Diana Walshe.
And Diana Walsh is Mr. Brian Walsh's mother, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Where was your conversation with Diana Walsh?
My conversation was in the living room area where the couches were situated. There's also a fireplace there. It is right off the kitchen area, separating the dining room area by a staircase set and a wall, I believe.
And was there anyone with you to help conduct this interview?
Yes, Detective Lieutenant Lopes of Cohasset PD was
Oh my God.
present with me.
Hold on.
Where were the other officers?
Oh, Megan, I'm so sorry to hear that. Ugh.
Yeah, I was just I missed the text. I was just texting you to ask you privately what happened.
Well, it's right. It's here. I'm assuming she's.
Oh,
That's terrible.
all right.
It's
Well,
sad to hear that.
the power of positive vibes. So
Yeah, and a huge
got
family hug.
1,600 people here.
We love
sending
you,
in the
Megan. I'm
vibes.
so sorry to hear that.
At this point in time that arrived with you?
The other officers were speedy.
And was there anyone with you to help conduct this interview?
Yes, Detective Lieutenant Lopes of Cohasset PD was present with me.
Where were the other officers at this point in time that arrived with you?
The other officers were speaking with Brian Walshe in the dining room area portion of the home.
And was anyone else with Mr. Walsh besides those officers, if you know?
Just the 3 officers that arrived.
Where were the children when you initially had the opportunity to speak with Diana Walsh?
Upon her request, the children went upstairs in the main portion of the home to the 2nd floor.
Now, can you explain how the initial conversation, what occurred during your initial conversation with the defendant's mother?
Yes, as we sat down, Diana was asked to provide her date of birth and a phone number. She initially ignored my request and was texting on her phone. A follow-up request was also momentarily not addressed or not answered. She then advised us that she had utmost respect for what we do, but she only has 1 son, and she was very adamant in helping find Ana.
Did she say what she was doing as far as trying to find Ana?
Yes, she stated that she had Googled, researched a top PI firm, private investigation firm in the DC area, and she had been communicating with the owner / CEO of the company.
And did she give you any contact information for that person?
Yes, she provided both a business line and a private cell phone number for the individual.
Now, did she have the opportunity in this, during this conversation, did she tell you what had occurred with her son's cell phone as far as January 1 and January 2nd?
Yes, during this conversation, she advised us that on January 2nd, Brian Walshe showed up at her home in Swampscott and advised her that his phone was missing and that he needed to use her device to communicate or try to reach Ana.
And did she show you anything from her phone during this part of the conversation?
Yes, she showed me her call logs as well as text message communications that were documented on her device.
And when you saw this, did you see the names of any of, not asking the specific name, but did you see the names of anyone in the family?
Yes, there was a name associated with a juvenile child, the eldest, that was documented as a missed call.
And did you ask her about whose phone number that would be?
Yes, I did.
And what did she explain to you?
She indicated it was the 6-year-old's phone number as saved with the name in her device, and that she had purchased all the three of the juvenile children, cell phones, Apple AirTags, and iPads.
How long were you speaking with Diana Walshe before any of the children returned?
I would estimate it 15 minutes or so.
And which child did you wish to speak to?
The oldest 6-year-old child.
And was that one of the children that returned at this point in time?
Yes, it was.
And did you have the opportunity to speak to the oldest child?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain to us what occurred as far as that conversation?
Initially, when the child presented to our presence, myself and Detective Lieutenant Lopes, asked him if he was willing to have us ask him some questions. He shook his head in the affirmative without giving me a verbal response. Diana, at that point, asked him to sit on her lap while we held the conversation, and we proceeded to ask him some questions.
And what did the oldest child tell you about what he remembers as the last time he saw his mother, Ana Walshe?
What the child stated was that the last time he saw his mother was surrounded around the events of him hearing a noise, waking up, coming downstairs, and seeing her on the couch underneath his blanket, which he left in the room overnight. She was dressed in a set of pink pajamas with red hearts. And as he was walking by the kitchen island, he saw his iPad. He picked up the iPad, recognized that it was malfunctioning or broken, not working properly, and he requested that his mom, Ana, fix the iPad for him. Once she fixed the iPad, he indicated that Ana went upstairs and changed into her real clothes, returning back downstairs, holding a brown duffel bag, approximately 2 feet in length, and a purse, which he gestured to her wearing on her shoulder. He then stated that her taxi was here.
What?
He told her, "I love you." She responded, "I love you more." And she walked out the door to her ride. When asked if he saw the vehicle, saw the headlights for the vehicle, or saw her get into the vehicle, he stated he did not. Those are strictly his speculations. Obviously, he didn't use the word speculation, but.
And how did the conversation
not
end
his
with the oldest child?
speculations. She said the words.
I had a question for him asking, does he know where his mom, before I was able to finish that question, Diana became animated with her arms since he was sitting on her lap, flailing her arms in the air. I stopped abruptly, being interrupted by her gesture. She finished the question for me, stating cell phone. The child never answered my intended question, which was if he knew where his mom was, nor the question that Diana finished. He strictly said that mom wanted him to move to DC to be with her. He abruptly got up off of Diana's lap and ran into a different portion of the home.
And did you have any further conversation with the oldest child?
He's going to try to move the kids
Yes, I did.
away.
And what was that, sir?
At one point, a little bit later on, he returned to the area where myself and Detective Lopes was standing. He opened the door slightly, just wide enough to the basement that he could fit through. He took a step onto the first step going down into the basement, looked back at me, extended his arm, and I told him that he shouldn't go into the basement on his own, realizing there were child locks on the door. Then Diana also opened the door all the way and grabbed his hand and told him not to go down there.
Pause it, babe.
Did any of the children ever give you anything then?
So it sounds like the child was gesturing for him to to come down and talk to him in the basement? I mean, what do you make of this? This is
I don't know.
What do
I
you
mean,
make of him, the 6-year-old saying, and was this January 1st? Is this the New Year's Day of him saying that his mom was laying on the couch in her pajamas, went upstairs, changed in her real clothes, told him my cab is here with a brown duffel bag on her shoulder, and she exited the home. What do we make of this? This is what is I mean, I don't know a lot about this case, so somebody tell me something, because I don't understand it. I mean, why would the 6-year-old make that up? And it's not in the prosecution or the police's interest to give her to give some excuse on somebody
yeah,
saying
I
he was
mean,
coached by grandmom, but
we'll see what happens on cross in terms of, because
Yeah.
I don't know. I missed which day this was.
it's hard to coach a 6-year-old to say all of that. She was
It
in
couldn't
her
have been
base-
until, because when did they
I'm not
make
buying that.
when did they make the first contact? The 3rd or the 4th?
Yes.
What'd they give you?
The eldest
No, that
opened the
I
door all
mean,
the way and grabbed his hand and told him not to go down there.
Did any of the children ever give you anything that night?
Yes.
What did they give you?
The eldest 6-year-old boy gave me a little art piece that he rendered.
Now, how long were you in the home speaking to the oldest child and Diana Walshe?
I would estimate it to be 45 minutes, maybe more. It was a lengthy conversation in our presence in the home.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, we left off, I believe, that the conversation had come to
They
an end
edited it.
with Diana Walshe and
Wait,
the oldest
what?
child.
It was
What did,
edited.
what did you do at the house after that?
I waited for the other officers to finish searching the home for the missing individual, to include the attic.
Why was the attic significant to you?
It had not been searched, and in my experience with other cases, we have had located individuals in crawl spaces and attics.
What types of cases are those, sir?
Death investigations.
And more specific, though, when you found people in crawl spaces like that, have they been as a result of murder or how so?
They were suicides.
What did you do as far as examining the outside of the home?
I proceeded outside, checked the yard, the property, to include trash cans, looking for Ana's phone. One of the locations that myself, Detective Lieutenant Lopes, Detective Schmidt checked was Brian Walshe's Volvo SUV.
And did you ask anyone permission to check the Volvo?
Yes,
And who did you ask?
Brian Walshe.
And what did he say?
He complied, granted us permission, unlocked the vehicle, and we took a look through the contents of inside.
And what observations did you make of the Volvo?
I located a cell phone device inside the Volvo, located in the center console of the vehicle.
And did you have a conversation with Mr. Walshe about whose cell phone that was?
Yes, I asked him whose device that was, at which time he stated it was.
I'm
his
dying to
oldest
know what
son's,
was on this
um,
art. The
and-
kid keeps giving
Did
them
anyone-
art.
Did any of the
Art
police
can
officers
say a
attempt to
lot.
verify that?
Yes, Detective Lieutenant Lopes, having been provided with the phone number for that device, called the phone, and the phone rang, verifying that it is, in fact, the 6-year-old's phone.
And where did Detective Lopes get the phone number from?
Our conversation with Diana Walshe, when she showed us the call logs, the phone number was provided.
Do you remember what the phone number was for that device?
Not at the top of my head. I know that it most likely ended at 8028, possibly.
And did you write that anywhere in any of your reports?
Yes, I wrote it in my interview report.
Would that, looking at that report, refresh your recollection as to the number?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Sergeant, I ask if you can look at paragraph 9. Look at it yourself.
But Mary, why would Yuri lie? That doesn't make any. I'm missing something. Why would Yuri make up a story that
Yes, it
the
does.
kid said the mom left on her own accord?
617 895, I believe.
Oh, should I come back?
Yes, please.
All right, Sergeant. Take one more look. You know where it is. All right, now you want to give it a shot.
Yes, 617 895 8028.
So that phone, was it seized that night?
It was not, no,
Was it left in the, where was it left then?
in the vehicle.
Now, this is Thursday, January 5th. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, I'd like to, that night, besides looking in the Volvo, did you find anything else as far as cell phones that night?
No, I did not know.
Okay. Now, I'd like to ask you now some questions about January 6th, Friday.
Yes, sir.
Did you have the opportunity to contact anyone who was representing Mr. Brian Walshe?
Yes, I did.
Who was that you were contacting?
I contacted attorney Tracy Minor.
And why were you contacting Tracy Minor?
I wanted to communicate with her and get consent for the devices that belong to Brian Walshe and his juvenile children that were being utilized.
And what was your understanding of Tracy Minor's relationship to Mr. Walshe?
My understanding was that Tracy Minor was representing Brian Walshe on a criminal matter out of federal court in Boston.
Not on this matter?
And when did you start communicating with Attorney Minor?
I began communicating with her in the afternoon hours of January 6th. It was during the 3 o'clock hour, I believe.
And how were you communicating with her?
Via cell phone call communication.
Do you know roughly how many phone calls you had with Attorney Minor?
I had numerous communications. To the best of my estimate, probably three phone calls.
And so what did you ask Attorney Minor in the first conversation, if you remember?
In the first conversation, I identified myself and asked her to provide consent for Brian Walsh's phones. At that point, I had knowledge of at least 2 devices, the one that was missing, that was located on the second, and then the 6-year-old cell phone.
Okay, so to be clear, you say the one that was missing that was located in the second, who did you believe that cell phone belonged to?
Brian Walshe.
And the second device, what was that device that you were concerned about?
That was a device that contacted Diana with a missed call on the call log, and it was also now present inside Brian Walsh's vehicle in the SUV.
What did you say to Attorney Minor that you wished to do to these devices?
I stated that we wish to do a full system extraction, phone dump, more commonly used as a phone, known as a phone dump, of those devices for digital evidence data.
And what reservations did Attorney Minor express to you in the first conversation?
She stated she needed to talk to her client, and she would call me back.
And did you explain anything else you were looking for at this point in time?
No, I did not.
So how long did it take for Attorney Minor to contact you back?
It was somewhere between 5-10 minutes, maybe a little more than 15 minutes, but I did receive a call from her within a short period of time.
And what happened in this next phone call?
She stated that it would be fine to, they would consent to the extractions. They just wanted it documented, and she requested a documentation to be generated.
And was there any limitations on the digital, was there any limitations on what you were allowed to look at?
Yes, it was communicated verbally in our agreement that we were not to look at attorney-client communications prior to December 25th, 2022, and no communications between Ana and Brian Walshe prior to that date as well.
Besides those 2 issues, was there anything else that you were not allowed to look at when you spoke to Attorney Minor?
No.
Did you tell Attorney?
Pause it real quick.
During this conversation, was there mention of any other devices you wish to look at?
Yes, after we.
And we're going to hear obviously the defense questions, and Bob and I did read the motion, and obviously the lawyer has a completely different story. But going back to the son describing all of that and the way she left, it is possible that he is describing Graceful. I put up Graceful's comments. It is possible that the dad and or the grandmother sort of not necessarily like coached, but not coached, sort of coached him to remember another time that really did happen. Maybe the 1-2 days before, because wasn't she really in DC the days before? I mean, I don't know. That's definitely a possibility that they are all talking about it. And they're like, well, you remember, what was she wearing that day? And she was sleeping on the couch. And
well, she kind of lived in between both towns. Like she was in DC all the time.
But what I'm wondering is how long before the DC trip she just got back from had she left? Was it like she was gone for a day? So maybe he is remembering when she left, like, I don't know, December 29th, December 30th. I don't know. I don't know. She, I understand that she traveled all the time, but to remember like that she had to fix the iPhone and stuff. They may have started talking about that or something to make him think that was that day, because they asked him 5 days later.
Right. And kids time wise are not good, you know.
Right.
It's like they
So it is possible that the dad kind of put in his mind something that happened right before she left, so that's what he remembered when they asked, you know. But there should have been another.
Yeah, this was kind of my initial instinct, Ellie, when I heard that his predecessor counsel had agreed to a consent search. I just thought that was strange, you know. I can't imagine a circumstance in which, you know, I mean, if we're assuming that he did the searches on the iPad,
so he was like, I don't care, let him have it, let him have it, let him have
he's
it.
feeling pretty confident about the phone, right? So he's like, fuck it. What do I care? I didn't do shit on there anyway.
But still, a lawyer's going to say no. They'll misinterpret all
Well,
your
a good lawyer.
communications. Right. They'll make something out of nothing. They'll find
Not
something.
giving them
and
shit. They can go
right.
get a fucking warrant. That's what
I'm
they
going
do.
through it and finding if there's anything helpful, anything that helps them know where she was, anything that, you know. But
yeah. All right, let's keep rolling. So what we're going to do, we're going to watch the end of the direct, and then we'll pick up tomorrow with Cross of
oh wow, that's a real cliffhanger. Woo.
And then Fanning, I think, comes after him tomorrow. And then do you guys know if you watched it in Mel's? I mean, I hope they have the legal argument at the end, right? Or do they just stand on the pleadings? I don't know. I hope not.
Made the agreement for the 2 cell phones mentioned. I also requested that the iPad, which we knew was manipulated by Ana prior to her leaving the home, would also be included within the devices that were consented to.
Did you explain why you wanted to look at that iPad?
I did not know.
Why did you want to look at that iPad?
Well, if Ana manipulated the device and fixed it during the time frame that we were advised, there would be a digital footprint on the device documented that manipulation.
And to be specific, what iPad are you referring to that Ana manipulated?
It was the iPad that the 6-year-old saw on the island as he came downstairs after hearing a noise and waking up, and he picked it up and had his mom fix for him.
Why was that footprint significant to you?
Tells you what time she left.
Into the disappearance of Ana Walshe.
It would have really narrowed down the timeline of when Ana left the home. It was in a short period of time after the device was manipulated that we were told Ana got dressed and left the home.
Had you had any access to that iPad before this conversation?
No.
And so when you were speaking to the oldest child, he never showed it to you or anything like that?
No, he did not.
Okay. Now, besides the 2 areas that you had agreed upon with Attorney Minor, which was attorney-client contact and anything before December 25th with the defendant and his wife, she asked for what?
A documentation of the agreement that we verbally discussed and agreed upon.
And what did you do to document the agreement?
Communications were had with Norfolk District Attorney, First Assistant Lynn Beelan, and she drafted an email including those specific restrictions of the full data extraction, digital evidence analysis in an email form, and sent it to Attorney Minor and CC'd me on it as well.
Well, then why would they be calling her? Where's she?
Concerns to First Assistant Beelan at the time.
I do not have a memory of communicating with First Assistant Beelan.
So do you know how First Assistant Beelan knew to send the email?
Right.
I do not know.
How'd she know your agreement? How? What?
You may.
Sergeant, do you recognize that document I've just handed you?
We don't
Yes, I
need
do.
mechanic.
What is the document I've just handed to you?
It's a copy of a printed out email exchange between Attorney Minor, which I'm CC'd on, and First Assistant Lynn Beelan, and their communications.
And does that document, is that after you had the conversations with Attorney Minor?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this be marked as the next exhibit, and I know that I've fouled up the order, but it is in the binder. and I think it was attached to the defense's pleadings as well.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And what number do you think it is?
So on my listing, I have it as Exhibit 13.
Number 13. You know what he's talking about, Attorney Tipton? And do you have any objection to that? All right.
I feel a little bit better right now that he knows what I'm talking about, which is great. So, Sergeant, if I may ask, could you read the first email into the record of that chain? First is, who is the sender?
The sender is Lynn Beeland.
Who are the recipients?
It is addressed to Tracy Miner, and I am CC'd on that email.
What is the date and time of the email?
The date is January 6th of 2023, and the time is 3:39 p.m.
And can you read the body of the email?
Yes, sir. Attorney Miner, as requested, the Norfolk District Attorney's Office agrees that in the investigation to Ana Walshe, any conversation between the attorney and client Brian Walshe is excluded from the search and examination of Brian Walsh's phone and the minor child's iPad. It is further agreed that any conversation between Brian Walshe and his wife, Ana Walshe, 1 week before she was missing, 12/25/22 and prior, shall be excluded from the search and examination of Brian Walsh's phone and the minor child's iPad. Should you have any questions, please contact me, Lynn Beeland, First Assistant District Attorney, Norfolk County, and the phone number.
And just for the record, when you say minor child, you are putting that in there opposed to reading the child's name.
Yes, sir.
Now, was there a response to that email that's in the chain?
Yes, there is.
What can you read the response, sir?
The response is, we consent to all communications on or after 12/25. If you want to go back further than that, I will have to get you a list of attorneys, as he has used a bunch of them.
And is there a subsequent response to that?
Yes, there is.
And can you read that into the record?
That date is fine, thank you.
And that was sent from whom?
That was sent from Lynn Beeland.
Did you receive any further email communication from Attorney First Assistant Beeland and Minor after that third entry into the email chain?
I have not known.
Now, once that was done, those emails have been exchanged. What did you do as far as trying to get the iPads or trying to get the devices?
I didn't do anything about trying to get the devices.
Why didn't you go get them?
I was tasked with traveling out of state, and I was not going to be present.
Where were you supposed to go as a result of traveling out of state?
I was traveling to Washington, D.C.
Why were you going to Washington, D.C.?
The information we had at the time and the multiple reports of Ana coming from D.C., living in D.C., and having traveled back to D.C., based on my conversation with Ana Walshe, I traveled to D.C. to go find Ana.
Did you meet up with anyone in law enforcement to help you in D.C.?
Yes.
Who?
It was Detective Lieutenant Lopes and 2 troopers from another unit on the state police.
Now, so after the email exchange comes through, who do you inform that you've now received permission from Attorney Minor?
I informed Lieutenant Fanning.
And who is Lieutenant Fanning in the chain of command of the detectives unit?
He was the executive officer at the time in the unit.
And where were you when you informed Lieutenant Fanning?
I was in the command post.
And where was the command post located?
It was located a short distance down the street from 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in a shopping plaza parking lot behind the stores.
Now, when you informed Lieutenant Fanning, were you talking to him in person, or was this over the phone, or whatnot?
It was in person.
So at the command post on the late afternoon of Friday, January 6th, how many state troopers were in and around this area at this point in time?
There were dozens and dozens.
And so are you aware of who collected the devices from Brian Walshe on January 6th?
I am not aware now.
So you didn't go to collect the devices?
No, I did not.
When did you return from Washington, D.C.?
It was during the late evening hours of January 8th, or Sunday, I believe, if I'm not mistaken on the date.
And did you have any further conversation with Attorney Minor about the devices after the phone calls and the emails?
No, I did not.
So after the email chain is done, do you have any further phone calls?
No.
And to be specific, with Attorney Minor?
No.
And going back to the second phone call, you told Attorney Minor that you wanted to look at the iPad?
Yes.
And can you just tell us what you told her about wanting to look at the iPad?
The conversation about the extractions, the full data extraction, was in reference to the 2 cell phones. We went into detail about that. Once she consented to those cell phones, I asked if we could also do the same with the iPad.
Was there any concerns about communications on the iPad?
Okay, pause it.
No, there was not.
Did you explain to her whose iPad it was?
Yes, I did.
And
So I'm not sure if I discussed this earlier. Like I was saying, are they trying to argue like good faith reliance on a mistaken understanding of his consent to search? Like you can have a good faith reliance on a warrant, but like the warrant is deemed unconstitutional, it's overly broad, whatever the case may be. And then they'll be like, well, the police in good faith, they relied on the warrant. So we're not going to apply a punishment, a penalty. We're not going to suppress the information. I've never come across it in this scenario. I've never researched it in this scenario, but I don't recall reading it in the Commonwealth's response
Yeah.
because there was those two motions. The one you read the factual basis out loud, and I haven't read that one. And then the results to the good faith. And you know what? I might not have finished it, but I didn't see any good faith. And searching it, I don't see the word good faith in there anywhere. That doesn't mean the judge can't come up with that on her own. If I was a judge, I might make the argument that the same reasoning behind the good faith exception, should be able to apply in a consent search. But obviously, they'd have to find good faith. And so far, every other police officer said, I never heard anybody discuss anything other than communications.
Right.
Communications. He all of a sudden is saying, I was talking about an entire dump. If that lawyer gets up and says he never said those words to me, he never said that he wanted to do an entire dump, or if she says I was very clear with him, that he couldn't. But let's say what ends up happening is he said to her, "Oh, I want to do an entire dump." She's like, "I got to talk to my client," and then she reaches out to the district attorney and is like, "Look, we'll allow you guys access to communications only, and these are the limitations." And then he gets an email that just says what's excluded from the search are communications from this time, and that time. And so he's thinking, they were discussing what I put out there, a full extraction dump. I'm just putting this out there as like, let's pretend we believe what he's saying,
Right.
for these
Yeah, in a
purposes.
light most favorable to the state.
Right.
So, I mean, did they do a full extraction? Because when we were listening to the motion when we were driving today,
The defense
I was
doesn't know
under
the
the-
full extent of the extraction, is what it sounds like.
well, yeah, that's it. But like there was language that was contained in that motion wherein they were talking about, oh, we got a guy that can come over and do it real quick, which was clearly an extraction. It wasn't like
Yeah,
they were
but you
going
can
through the
put
device.
perimeters on when you go in to do an extraction. You can say all communications only.
Yeah, for sure.
So, and between the state and the state.
All right, let's keep rolling.
to the second phone
I
call,
went back about 20 seconds.
you told Attorney Minor that you wanted to look at the iPad.
Yes.
And can you just tell us what you told her about wanting to look at the iPad?
The conversation about the extractions, the full data extraction, was in
I was gonna
reference
have my
to
friend do it. The
two
FBI.
cell phones. We went into detail about that. Once she consented to those cell phones, I asked if we could also do the same with the iPad.
Was there any concerns about communications on the iPad?
No, there was not.
Did you explain to her whose iPad it was?
Yes, I did.
And when you explained to her, who did you tell was the user of the iPad?
I told her that based on my understanding, it was the 6-year-old juvenile.
And did you tell her did you tell her anything further about the use of the iPad and why you were looking at it?
No, I did not.
Is that
Well,
true?
no,
The
no.
lawyer doesn't testify?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Pause it.
Nothing
Yeah,
further, Your Honor.
no. Like it sounds like so Law and Crime did a truncated version of this.
Yeah.
For some reason, they edited certain portions out. Sounds like Minor only supplied an affidavit.
What?
Why
Why wouldn't the defense call her to testify at a hearing?
I have no
An
idea.
affidavit's fine for a motion to reach your burden and to shift the burden, but they needed her to testify. And why not? Where's the other the district attorney that was handling it? this woman that was involved in the communications.
I don't know.
Well, if that's the way they leave it, then what they got is Buhkenik, and you know, unless the cross-examination puts him forth as the biggest liar that the judge can never believe a word that he says, they still need to put someone in to say he said something different, not just an affidavit. Unless there was some sort of agreement that they were going to let the affidavit come into
whether they're
evidence.
retired or not makes no difference whatsoever if you can call them as a witness. I mean, you can clearly, frankly, it makes it easier to call her as a witness if she's retired. You know, but in this particular matter, yeah, I don't know, babe. I don't know if this is an issue where people were not called, or that, because what I've seen through the chat is there's a couple of witnesses that testified that are missing from this particular video. This is the same one that Melanie used. From what
We've got to look
seeing
to
in
see if we
chat.
can find.
I didn't see it anywhere else.
Not Boston 10.
No, I checked the trial channel and Law and Crime were the only two that I saw. So yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter if Beeland retires. I don't give a shit if she retired or not. You call her. Doesn't,
Yeah.
you know, like, retiring doesn't protect you from having to testify about
No.
the shit you did when you were in office. So,
But what about his lawyer? His lawyer testified, right? The defense had to have called his lawyer. to
I
testify.
am seeing in chat that she did not testify.
Neither
Whether or not-
lawyer.
I'm just
Not the-
telling you what I'm seeing in chat.
That's outrageous. Huh.
Well, you subpoena her. That's how you get around. She doesn't get to protect herself. You throw a fucking subpoena on her ass.
When they're, but the person they're talking about retiring is the person from the district attorney's
Prosecute-
office.
Correct.
Right. We're gonna watch it all. We're just
We're gonna
do
watch it all. We're
second half
so
tomorrow.
we're gonna stop at the end of the direct though today.
He
We're-
just ended.
He
You see
did.
the words on the screen?
Oh,
Nothing further, Your Honor.
oh,
Good afternoon, sir.
oh shit! I really want to watch it, but
All
I'll
right,
have to
well
wait
then-
till tomorrow. No, we're already on. I gotta go figure out dinner. I'm getting hungry.
Yes,
All right, let's
Charlie.
go through some soups. Shannon, love you both. Love you back. Thank you so much. Amy's Positive Pathways. Hello, I bought a Saturday ticket for the True Crime Podcast Festival. That's coming. Allie and I going to be in Beantown,
July 19th.
17th through the 20th. Going to be in Boston at the True Crime Podcast Festival. You can still get tickets if you use our promo code, which is Defense, all caps 20. You get 20% off your tickets, and you'll hang with us.
Yeah, you guys
Thank
do
you.
it. If you're going to buy tickets, if you've already bought them, refund them and buy them again with the defense promo
Yeah, because
code.
you get 20% off the tickets, whether it's a single day. I think you get it for no matter what you buy, whether you buy the weekend pass or whatever. It's an awesome place to hang with creators, and Allie and I are always hanging with people that come to the cons because we enjoy it. So, yeah, do that. We hope to see you 17th through the 20th of this month. If you're in Beantown, hop on
Boston,
over.
Massachusetts.
And thank you so much. Switch seats, Bob.
Yeah, that was because I was having some heat and temperature difficulties down here.
Yeah, that's usually she prefers down there. I always offer for her to be up here. But thank you so much, eBay. Marie, hope they do their jobs correctly this time. It's looking bleak. It's looking bleak. You better hope that the judge finds a way to see fit that they had enough. Because here's what the problem is that when you're using illegally obtained information in order to bolster all of your forthcoming warrants, it's all poisoned, all of it. That's where the issue is here. And this was done very early. It was one of the first things they've done. That's why when Allie's talking about, the plastic sheet, well, like, at least there's something. And now it sounds like they didn't do shit with the sheet.
Right, but as far as it sounding suspicious, but then it was gone the next day, made it more suspicious. But then the answer was like, oh, it's in the garage. I don't know. But
Jenny from VA, and thank you so much, Marie. Jenny from VA, always sus of defense attorneys until this channel. Thank you.
you.
We appreciate that. and your generosity. eBay, a written agreement with First Assistant Ann Beeland that jumped ship during carrier raid. See ya. They can still get her. They can still get her. I'd be shocked, like Allison, if she's not called. I don't like
people have seen this. They're saying she wasn't.
It's I don't get it. I mean, but what I'm saying is it seems like they've cut out, like they edited it for some reason. I'm talking about Law and Crime.
Right.
So I don't, but people are saying, I didn't know that so-and-so did something until the motion. That doesn't make any sense because the written motion precedes the hearing. The
Right.
evidentiary hearing happens after the written motion. So whatever Melanie was reading, her talking about people testify, like that doesn't make any sense to me. They may say that they're planning on calling. Yeah, we'll figure it out from Mel.
And we're about to watch the rest. So.
Kaylee, he was on house arrest.
Yeah, I've never heard of a device. So when you're on house arrest, yes, there are like parameters in the device so that it alerts and beeps if you go outside of it. I'm just shocked that it doesn't also.
I think it's like I think it's a thing that a setting. Like they're like, okay, well, we're not
they
going to
go
pay
out.
the extra. Well, it's all private companies. No, what I'm saying is, I think they all have the capacity to be able to monitor wherever you're at. But on the back end from the company itself, if you're not paying, because he'd be like, because this is like post sentence. Like, so he was, I don't know.
Typically, they want to know that when you say, because I've had clients on the net and they're like, you better go right there and right back.
Yeah. Or if you have like an agreement where you can go back and forth to work.
Right.
You know, like
And
typically
they want to know, like, oh, why'd you stop for 10 minutes? So, you know, like,
I don't know. It's fucking crazy. Like if they're allowing him to take like little trips,
you'd think
that they wouldn't have the GPS on there is insane to me.
Right.
It's insane. I don't
Yeah,
like, I don't get
crazy.
it. Texas Prime, and thank you, Kaylee, for being a member for 6 months. I don't think that that's crazy to go 24 hours without talking to your spouse. My husband is a pilot and we have gone 24 hours without speaking.
Oh, for sure. But if there's fear that they're missing, right? That's what you would say.
Right. This is a difference. This isn't like the norm. Like I've heard nothing that this was the norm for her. Like fuck Brian, but like her FaceTiming the kids, being gone and not even trying to communicate with the kids is weird. Right?
But it sounds like his claim, his story was she said she was leaving. So he wouldn't have thought she was missing. So maybe 24 hours wouldn't be that.
Right. In that sense. And his story is that, you know, it's like, if you don't hear from me, don't worry about it. Don't be calling my work, getting me jammed up on some bullshit type of thing.
Oh, of course. Of course. If you don't hear from me, don't worry about it.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
I'm
Just
looking.
don't call my job.
But we agree, Tex.
call
It's
them.
not. 24 hours is definitely not crazy.
Thanks, Texas Prime. Amy's positive pathways, if you used an incognito mode, would search show.
Yes.
Yeah,
It just wouldn't
on an
show,
extraction for sure.
Right. It just wouldn't show on like the local, like in your cookies.
Yeah, Josh says, and thank you, by the way. Josh says, honestly, who actually Googles most of this shit? Well, apparently Brian Walshe and me. Thanks, Josh. Isabel, family hug, new member. Welcome to the fam. Love having you here. Distracted therapist. Oh, good to see you. Missed your face. Can't wait to see you guys next week. Woo!
I hope you put out the defense thing that these people that bought tickets used it.
I did. Everybody. I hope you all use Defense 20. Like I was pretty clear about it. We put it on the things, you know, because that lets the con know that, you know,
these people want to come because of these guys. They like these guys.
These guys.
Thanks, Distracted.
That's all right. This con, they all know everybody likes us.
P. Lola's mom. Don't have a join button. Yeah, we do. It's just I'm guessing you have an iPhone, and YouTube don't play nice. So sometimes you have to go on a computer, or the other option is go to youtube.com on your phone. But if you have the app, a lot of times it flips you into the app and you're still not on the thing. So it's just it's an Apple YouTube thing.
Deja Vu's back. Thanks, Deja Vu.
It's like you never left. We love you, Deja. I already answered that one. Yep. Robin, Jen, Jen the Engine, always giving. Just an always giver. We love you, Jen. Thank you so much.
you.
I'm sure all the beneficiaries of your generosity are very happy as well. Lazy L, this is what you were telling me to look up, babe. Bed jet.
Yeah,
Promise
because
Amy-
at night it's difficult.
What does it do? Is it cooling?
I
or is
I
it-
googled it. It said like that. Yeah, that it's cooling. It can heat as
Ooh.
well, but it's
Ooh,
got a cooling thing.
bed jet. Sounds awesome. Thanks, Lazy L, for the tip. Texas Prime, another $5 holla. I have a plastic liner on my Tahoe truck all the time for buying plants or in case of any groceries leak. Yeah, 100%. I mean,
sense.
there are certainly reasons to have a plastic liner. Like I said, I've always have a blanket in the back for when we put Nanook, our dog, in there because he's a shedding mofo.
Plus,
Dude,
we did
sheds
try to
everywhere.
like make a bed when we were
Of course,
traveling
every
far
time
with
that
him.
he's driving with just Allie, he jumps over the back seat, jumps into the front seat. I'm like, dude, I'm like, there's hair everywhere. He doesn't pull that shit with me. He stays
It's
back
crazy.
there.
And then I'm like, "You're so naughty. Come give me hugs." Oh, I love you.
Daddy's
too.
gonna be so mad. I love you so much. Sonia Woods, and thank you so much again, Texas. Member for 3 months. Good morning. 5:30 a.m. here.
You didn't highlight it. There you go.
Oh yeah, DD. And coffee to start my day. I love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it when you guys from looks like you're down under, yeah. I can't see that little flag. It looks like the down under flag. Thank you so much for being a member, Sonia. Love having you. Emily C. On
Yeah, we
X,
did
Christina
that.
Rex, dropping the T. Hank made over $500,000 from Kieran Reed case. I mean, of course he did. The thing was a long ass trial.
Yep.
You know, and
No-
then,
no
like
refunds.
in that sense, they have to, because it's public coffers. It's not like she's spilling tea. She's just reporting what they have to report. They have to tell us what all public officials make. That's just public knowledge. Yeah, and that doesn't surprise me. Yeah, Hank's fine. Hank's not crying at home. Oh, I lost Karen. He doesn't give a fuck. Guy made $500,000. And thank you so much, Emily. Josh, Brian Walshe was also wearing an ankle monitor for
Yeah,
his
I
Fed
picked that up. That's
parole.
what
I'm not
started the
buying
joke.
those. Yeah, we're not either. Something off about that. Way, way off. Thanks so much, Josh. Duncan, because Proctor et al. Are involved, it seems at least plausible to question whether evidence/searches were planted, manipulated by the MSP. I don't believe that's the case here, but agreed.
You never know.
Agreed.
Can't put shit
I mean,
past
like,
them.
it's like you always say that you know you can't unring a bell, but in this sense, it would be more the you could take a skunk out of the jury box, but you can't get rid of the smell. It's the same concept here. Like they've been dirtied up. These cops are all dirtied up. So it's it's like if they fuck this one up, it takes a couple of cases for a cop to really fuck up before they're like, all
I mean,
right,
putting an inverted video into a front of a jury and telling them it's a
dude,
trick.
preaching to the choir, girl.
All right, so
Preaching to the
JD says, and I don't think this was a bad question or something bad to think because it's very little known fact.
It was a great
I'm
question.
a little confused. Great question.
Yeah.
How is this not hearsay to many of the questions the officer is asked to answer in regards to what Brian Walshe said? Not a legal mind here, just hoping I picked up a few things along the way. And you have, except as Bob and I both answered, we put this up earlier at hearings, pretrial motion hearings, the rules of evidence do not apply, and hearsay is allowed in.
Yep. Relaxed.
Not all the rules of evidence. Yes,
Right,
relaxed. Hearsay is
relaxed.
one of them. Yes,
We love
do
you, Little Miss. Yeah, I put Little Miss in the corner unintentionally. Like she used my pet peeve of calling it a technicality when evidence gets suppressed. I'm like, nah, that's a constitution. That's a constitutional violation. That's not a technicality. That's a cop fucking up and breaking the law. Just to be clear, Walsh is using a public defender. Yep. Tipton's good though. It's a good lawyer. So sad to hear this.
Yes.
It was so sad. That like kind of threw me for a loop when I saw that. I saw the same thing, babe. Like what's up with Megan? Because Allie texted. I'm like, I went up and I saw that. Our hearts are with you. Our healing vibes are going out to you. We're thinking about you. We adore you. And I have zero doubt you're gonna beat that shit without question. Like there's no doubt in my mind. And we adore you, Megan.
Randy said that
Yeah, I haven't seen that yet. I didn't see what it was. Cox saying he had no idea Kelly Dever was involved with Karen Reed's case. Okay, who's lying? I don't know.
That's crazy. I got to see where that's coming from. I don't know about that.
Just a bunch of lying bastards.
What's Skeevy get?
I'd say Jeevy, maybe.
What's
Maybe it's
Jeevy get?
Jeevy.
No,
Aw,
Jeevy.
family hug.
Right.
That's what she gets. Kelly
Hey,
Schmidt.
Schmidt.
Aw, 5 family hugs going out to all the new members. We love y'all. Which, by the way, mods, can you please throw the link for the speak pipe in there? Because we're long overdue on a members only. We want to hear your voicemails. It's awesome. If you're new to the channel, it's something that we do. You go to SpeakPipe, it's a website. You can say anything you want. If you have a question, you have a comment, you have a rant, whatever you want to do. And in our members only, we play them all. It's a blast. We love it. We love putting a
Hearing
voice
your
to a
voices.
name. It's always awesome. It's always
So
awesome.
Josh says that Anna lived in DC and would visit on occasion. All right.
Ooh, yeah. She was done with his stank ass.
I mean, the son saying she wanted me to come live with her in Washington is
Dunzo.
telling.
Dunzo. Yeah. Yeah.
The
we agree.
idea of Yuri Buhkenik speak with a child is whack. Yeah.
Whack. Super whack. Thanks some more. GV3. Here, let me do it. You're GV member for 3 months. Written consents equals whack. Exactly. Yuri asking a child equals better.
Right. Sure, Yuri.
Joanne, member for 20 months. OG. Super OG. We missed you too.
21 months, babe. 21
Welcome
months.
back, girl. Welcome back. Welcome back. Oh, hold on. I'll just
Don't do it. We'll get
what? Wait.
Monetized or something.
What? No. Yeah. Love that. That brings me back to my youth with Vinny Barbarino. Fire on acid.
No, we did that
The
one.
lawyer did not testify in this. Odd.
Very
odd.
We touched on that one.
But I don't even know. Like, I can't even think of a reason why that would have happened.
No.
It's
Either
insane.
lawyer, both lawyers. All right. So Josh H.
Josh says that Minor's affidavit said she only spoke to the ADA.
Well,
it's even more mysterious as to why
they're
she
not
wasn't
called.
called in to testify. Thanks, Josh. Gray Space. It's always great to see you. Supplemental motion mentions Minor's testimony. Oh, so
testimony or
but yeah, because it's so weird because that was filed. Obviously, they sought leave to be able to file after the hearing.
Statements in a affidavit testimony sometimes. So I don't know. We're gonna have to look at it.
Well, no, what I'm saying is that they sought leave to file supplemental motions after this evidentiary hearing.
And it mentions Minor's testimony, which makes
Right.
it sound like that Minor had testified, but it
Correct.
could be sworn statements in an affidavit. I don't know. We're gonna
It
have to look
shouldn't
into
be
this.
this confusing in
No.
court hearings. It really
We're gonna look
shouldn't.
into it. Right.
And thanks for the intel, Gray.
Oh,
you're doing it again.
sorry.
You want to have the battle? Let's go.
But that's what I thought. I didn't
Let's have
think
the
it was
battle.
law and
Let's have the
crime
battle.
doing it. I thought that it was the
Oh, that makes way more sense.
right.
Why?
So Josh says supposedly parts of this hearing are impounded.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Yeah, situation for you would be concurrently improved if I had $200 in my back pocket. Okay, Freed, number 4 months. 4 months of family hugs. Love you,
Oh
Freed.
no.
Thanks.
Lazy next
L.
comment.
Wait, are we doing it again?
No, I
Are we
didn't
doing-
touch it. I'm not touching it.
Yo, you
I was
touched
just
it.
reading it and it made me sad.
Lazy L. Allie, the only bad thing about the bed jet is if your air is broken, it's not much help. We've just found out the part is in transit.
We should be up and running. in
Yeah.
6 days.
It uses ambient temp from the air, but either way, I can't sleep without mine. It's like us with our weighted blanket, which we love so much.
Which I'm kicking off these days. to
Oh,
cool
yeah,
down.
she's kicking it off. She's like, fuck that thing. Thanks, Lazy. We're definitely gonna get a bed jet for my gal, especially when the hot flashes come. Woo! Woo! Hot flashes.
I hope this is my version of hot flashes. I feel bad for people who get them intently, but like the night, it's not quite If I came down and slept on the couch, that was a full night's sweat because it was like on the leather couch. But I haven't been getting night sweats traditionally like a lot of women get, and I feel for them, but I just get the night heats and
Night
I'm hot
heat.
as shit.
Night heat.
But I'm not
Bluebird, do you
burning.
think Stearns will plea? I mean, he should. It seems like they have a pretty strong case against him. You know, I like. It depends on what they're offering him, right? Like, I mean, in this particular situation, it's like he's another guy. Like, there's nobody that I've seen in recent memory whose face, every time I saw it, I wanted to cave in more than Adam Montgomery. And it was not only his face, it was that I knew that he had been just punching that just adorable, sweet little girl, like hitting her in the, like, oh my God, that guy. I just could not. He was the weasel who didn't even, like, he stayed in his cell for his entire trial. So they
I know
tried
nothing
him
about
in
it. It sounds horrible.
absentia. Yeah, it's dude, what? That I hate that guy. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to know. It really is. But thanks, Lisa. Good to see you. Deanne, new member. Family hug. You get one, Deanne. Family hug. All right. That's it. The supers are done. Got those couple of Venmos that I shouted out earlier. We appreciate you all there. I don't see any cash apps, so we're good there. You guys are awesome. We love you. Please, 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 please. If you're new to the channel, please like, share, subscribe, especially that subscribe thing. We really like that. It's helping the channel grow.
Yes. we
And
do.
it helps get
And
us
it's
out in the
free.
algo. And it's free. It's free. We love that. We love you all.
We only need
Tomorrow,
50,000 more right
what
now.
time do you think we'll do it? Same time, same bad time. Maybe,
No,
maybe a little earlier.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Trying to look at my calendar. I've got court at 10:30, but it's Zoom court. Zoom court.
Yeah, I mean, we could do. I don't know. Maybe we'll do noon. Like, I'd like to try to look out for those on the other side of the pond. You know what I mean?
Whatever
they're not
time you
having
do,
a-
somebody somewhere is sleeping.
That's true. That's true.
All right. Thank you
It's
all.
true. All right, you guys. We love you all because without you, I'm just an old man.
Talking about a lot of cases.
Woo!